Oopsie, sorry. It took me, I had to like drink water for like a minute straight to get the granola board. Sorry, hello. don't need to start talking about my granola bar. It's fine. I was only 2 minutes late. Surely it's fine. I was gonna do a unit review stream today. And I don't know, maybe if I'm in the mood, if people in the chat really want me to look at random builds, maybe I will, as an apology for the fact that I keep on saying I'm gonna do a unit review stream, and then I keep on not feeling like doing a unit review stream. I don't know, they're really tiring, and I decided that I wanted to record and maybe upload a video tomorrow, and therefore I didn't want to tire myself out during the stream. I want a chill stream. You have a surgery exam? I definitely initially read that and thought you meant you had a surgery. Have a surgery exam. What is a surgery exam? Are you in medical school? Like, are you trying to practice becoming a surgeon? Is that what a surgery exam is? Because that's what my brain thinks. But is a surgery exam something else that I'm just not aware of? I don't know. Anyways, the Zenless. Oh yeah, the Zenless dev doc was so interesting. Like, the Zenless dev, I'm inevitably gonna yap about this now for who knows how long. What is my resin at? I used my resin before the stream. I'm sorry, I denied you artifact farming because I thought, and we're gonna wait 4 minutes until I can do one more at least. I thought that I was gonna do a unit review stream, so before I decided what I was gonna stream, I used my resin beforehand. I'm sorry. I denied you 3 artifact runs. I'm really, really sorry. I know you guys really needed to see those artifact runs. Oral surgery theory exam. That still doesn't help, I'll be honest. Like, do you mean literal oral surgery? But what is oral surgery theory? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. Like, what is the theory of oral surgery? Like, whether or not we can perform oral surgery on people? What does that mean? Like, yes? So what is oral surgery theory? I'm so confused. Like, you've made me more confused, AED 1XD. Anyways, yeah, the Zenless dev talk, I'll probably talk about that a little bit later, was really interesting because it was probably the most, like, obvious look into how Hoyoverse has very different teams and different philosophies behind those teams. And like Zenless's release has really made me realize, oh, a lot of the things with Genshin, because I used to attribute like some of the, you know, lack of improvements I'd say I would like to see in Genshin, or even attempts to improve in some regards, as, oh, this is like Hoyoverse, like it's really easy to blame like the corporate execs or something, right? Like, it's the people at the top that are like, oh, no, you can't do this in Genshin because we need to make sure we're always making as much money as possible, and changing something that might affect the amount of money we make by $2 is unforgivable, right? Like, oh, everything has to make us money is what it felt like for a while. I don't think it is. Zenless made me realize I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think the upper level of Hoyoverse, I think it's something with specifically the Genshin team and the Genshin development philosophy, because Zenless is very clearly quite different as far as their philosophy for their game design approach goes. I will say that there's some concerns I have in that, like, it feels like it really does feel like some of the changes Zenless has gotten has been too much of trying to appeal to people. My audio just cut out. What is happening? I swear to God, my Go XLR is dying. It's back now. Okay. Anyways. Hopefully it's back. But anyways. Yeah, the games are very different. Their development is very different. But as far as Zenless goes in particular, it's like slightly concerning in that, like, it almost feels like they might be changing too much. In order to appeal to, like, oh, let's make the game more like other gacha games. Or not even just other gacha games, like other video games. And one of my really, really strong aspects of my first impression to Zenless is how much it tried to be its own thing, and it didn't just feel like a gacha game. Gacha just, like, was the monetization structure. to justify the game's existence, kind of thing. And that was the most I had felt that with any gacha so far, where it didn't feel like it was a gacha game. It felt like it was a game that subsists and continues itself through gacha. Right. And they lost some of that feeling over time, as they've, you know, tried to put it in simple terms, is my guess, of appealing to a broader player base. Which I feel like is the wrong approach on a creative vision level. Like, it feels like a little bit of a lack of confidence in their own creative vision kind of thing. Because it's the double-edged sort of like, yeah, you want to listen to player feedback, but you also got to know what you're trying to create, right? And you don't want to just do everything the players complain about, right? So, I don't know. Point is, I'm actually quite optimistic still, because thus far, the changes in Zenless has, like, generally just improved the experience, and being that combat is the main thing that holds me into Zenless, and, like, the story content is a side benefit. Like, I like the story of Zenless. It keeps me engaged with the new content and whatever as well, but I'm primarily continuing to play Zenless because of how engaging the combat is to me. And the combat in particular, I have quite high faith that they're going to continue improving, but all the non-combat aspects of Zenless that they're tweaking are slightly concerning, because they're giving me hard vibes of they're turning the game into more of a generic exploration game, and I really dislike that. Because, like, I don't want Zenless to become another game where I have to spend a few hours every patch at minimum doing, like, a bunch of exploration content, right? Like, I have Zenless. Or I have Zenless. I have Genshin as an exploration game. It's what I want to do today. Do a little bit of today. I have Wuwa if I wanted more exploration in a gacha game. Heck, I can go play Star Rail again if I want a little bit more exploration in a weird way. Although Star Rail's exploration is more similar to how Zenless's exploration is, but Zenless has, up to this point, had less of an exploration focus than even Star Rail. And, like, that's fine. We don't need every game to be exploration focused. Every game doesn't need a mini-map. So, anyways, that's my rant about Zenless. I don't want to have to explore in Zenless. But I'm optimistic, because thus far the changes they've made have been good. The game has improved. But yeah, they basically announced pretty sweeping, significant changes to Zenless for anyone that's unaware. That are really interesting, particularly in contrast. Like, maybe, I don't know, maybe we should go watch. It's only like 10 minutes. But maybe a little bit later I'll consider watching it with you guys live. I've already watched it, of course, but I think it's interesting to watch from a Genshin player perspective and be like, is this the same company? Because if you're not familiar with how Zenless has been thus far, as far as changes in their approach to the game's development, if you watch this as a Genshin player, you're just like, wait, what? This is Hoyoverse? Ha! So anyways, yeah. Most fun I had in Zenless was in 1.0. It just felt like a nice and chill game where characters felt real in a way, and that's quite uncommon in games. Yeah. So, and I think they've accidentally slowly eroded some of that, like, charm and feel. Not that they can't get it back or anything, but I feel like they might be going too hard in the direction they're going in some aspects. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna do Plunge shenanigans today. That was a big long yap. I'm sorry. Side effect of not doing a focus stream on unit reviews or whatever, it means we're doing another yap stream. Should I retitle? Okay, so the reason I want to do Plunge shenanigans, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna retitle it. I finished leveling this yesterday. I didn't think I was gonna be able to finish leveling this yesterday, but I used my 2 fragile resin, and then Alhaitham actually came in clutch, because, like, the 2 fragile resin and 4 other resin was not enough to level this fully. But then Alhaitham actually came in clutch, and because I only got like 5 out of the 6 gold resin, whatever materials you need, the weapon ascension material, and Alhaitham doubled a gold when I crafted him, when I had like 3 to craft. Good job, Alhaitham. Thank you. We appreciate you. DPS on you again. Yeah. So I want to do. Basically, I want to do Plunge shenanigans with this weapon, so I should actually maybe retitle the stream. And I should also maybe change the thumbnail too. I made the thumbnail before I decided what I wanted the stream to be about. So I leveled Varesas' weapon. Guess we plunging. Should I change the thumbnail? This would take a second to do live. It might be better to change the thumbnail. Like I just had the unit review thing because that was what popped in my head. I was like, well, I'm not gonna do a unit review stream, and then I made the thumbnail before I actually knew. Madoka, is this a viewer? Fine. What do you want? I suppose we should. I did test this weapon very briefly last night after I finished leveling it, on Yai, which I know that seems like a weird choice potentially, but Yai was an interesting context that I wanted to see if I noticed the difference it made versus Yai's signature weapon for Plunge Yai, and the answer is yes, but no, and I'll get into that a little bit. But the Yai was a good neutral testing starting point in my opinion to compare to her signature weapon. Basically this weapon on Plunge Yai is better than Kagura's Verity, at least in the non-aggravate Plunge team. Aggravate might actually change that formula a little bit because aggravate will give a little bit higher value to damage bonus, especially for her skill damage, right? So I think you'll actually lose more. I was testing in Yai or on Farina Shun Yun, so that plunge format rather than throwing a Dendro unit in instead of Eon-san or Auron. I tested with Eon-san and Auron, by the way. The relative difference was the same in that team. And this weapon is better on Yai in that team, but it's not to such a significant. I'll give you the lowdown on it. This weapon resulted in a noticeably higher plunge damage and a relatively not noticeable loss in skill damage on Yai. And that might make you be like, okay, so it's just a lot better for plunges, because even if you're only getting the crit damage of 28%, the base stats plus that 28% crit damage should just make it better, right? And yes, but when I actually but I decided to do that get the exact numbers to see exactly how much damage it was adding to my Yai, and relative. So okay, I'm losing about 2,000 damage per skill hit, or it was actually 1,500 or two. I think it was 1,900. Anyways, about 2,000 damage per skill hit. Okay, multiply that out across her skill hits. Factor in the loss for burst damage as well, which is a little bit less of relative loss for the burst damage, and basically, just on the base stats alone, ignoring the crit damage on this, just attack percent 28 attack percent, 674 base attack, 44 crit damage, just the base stats alone, caused her to lose about 45,000 damage in a rotation. But then plunging, the plunge buffs, caused her to, even if I don't do weird crap like trying to do a skill between plunges in order to get more stacks of this. So in the worst case scenario comparison, this weapon gave an extra 95,000 damage to Yai's plunges. So it's oh, okay, so it's just better. And then yes, it is just better. Which means if you're going to do any generic catalyst plunge DPSing, as long as they're an attack scaling unit, this weapon should just be better for any catalyst plunge DPSing shenanigans across the board, assuming they're attack scaling. But the other comparison is compared to something like Kagura's, or this would be potentially a similar situation with Widzith, but Widzith has Widzith RNG. This weapon only gave 50,000 extra damage across a rotation, right? The damage was more front-loaded, which I noticed, and that was the main actual value, I think, because it added the damage into the plunge damage rather than the damage being split across more her skill and burst. But it was only an additional 50,000 damage per rotation versus Yai's signature weapon. It's not that much. It's not nothing, to be clear. It's 50,000 damage is enough that, maybe that extra 50,000 damage won't let you reach your breakpoint, especially because of that extra 50,000 damage will happen more towards the start of the rotation versus with coggers it's more evenly split out. But like when I was testing, I was like, okay, what happens if I test with Auron and I just optimize my play more? And like I was basically I was using the first chamber of Abyss, right? And the reason I'm saying all this is because I don't think I'm gonna test with Yai that much. I'll show it maybe, but I'm not gonna do that much testing. But in the first chamber of Abyss, like, how long does it take to get to the Lecter shield phase? And if I optimize my plunging and like plunge in the right locations, make sure like when the Lecters spawn, I get VV going on them. So like swap off Yai, go back to Cloud Retainer, do a normal attack to get VV, and then do plunging again. Like it cleared in the same time regardless, right? Like we're talking very, very small gains for someone like Plunge Yai, such that I'm not going to bother switching to this weapon on Plunge Yai most of the time. But I think there's much more interesting context in, especially because I didn't like the feel of doing a skill between plunges. Yai's skill just takes a little bit too long to do for it to be that worth doing, but we can do a little bit more of that. So, anyways, let me change my thumbnail real quick. Let's see. Well, let's see. Do live thumbnailing for you guys. Blap. Why is that so off center? Whatever. Don't worry about it. Change my font size. Is Varesas weapon? God dang it, brain. Weapon worth it? No. I didn't mean to do that, but sure, we'll do that. No, not that. Okay. What? No. There you go. The reason I'm putting no there is because actually, you know what? No, this is just bad YouTuber. Don't be a stupid YouTuber like me. Look, I would like to just answer the question for people who don't want to join the stream, but it's also just bad YouTuber practice to do that. I like sometimes answering it subtly, like with more subtly, but not in this case. Let's just be smart YouTubers, because maybe I haven't tested it enough. Maybe I will feel like it's actually worth it. As far as ways to improve your Varesa damage goes, ignoring the relevance of 4-star constellations on Varesa's banner, Varesa's signature weapon is more of an upgrade for her damage than her constellations, but the factor of the 4 stars in the banner I think muddy things a little bit. Go back to this. That's a little bit too dark. And I'm not gonna bother with the drop shadow right now because it's not that important. There we go. Bam. There we go. And give me a second. Gotta upload the updated thing. Majigger. Alright. Change. Oh, well, fun fact, by the way, the polearms only video. And I think Atomic did a great job. When it's generally speaking enjoyable to watch. Like I watch through Atomic stuff and then do edits myself, add in some commentary, whatever. I changed very, very little from Atomic's edit, but when I uploaded the polearms only video, YouTube was like, copyright claim, and I'm like, what? How is there a copyright claim? Right? How is there a copyright claim? And I'm not gonna play it for you because this stream would be copyright claimed. But it was like, but Atomic chose to put in like the like some. I forgot what it is. I think it was here. It was I think it's called Spanish Flea. Let me look it up without playing it. Spanish Flea. This. No. Derp. I had that. This. Why? Why did that work? But then, okay, whatever. Okay. There we go. This song. apparently, so this song, if you go listen to it, is like not, you know, it's like it's a well-known like tune that you probably wouldn't know belongs to a specific song. Most people probably wouldn't know that, right? And it gets a copyright claim, and I was just like, God freaking dang it, right? And I have to go like, and then YouTube's feature like has a feature where you can automatically cut out, and they even have like experimental features where it can like try to cut out the audio or cut out the song but leave the like voice audio, so like my audio over it. But that software feature does not work very well. It sounds terrible. And the bigger problem though was like that song was playing just as like a transitionary thing when the time I did the edit, and YouTube though for like the like offering me the option to automatically trim out the section, like it puts an extra couple seconds of padding before and after the like copyright claim song section, and that couple extra seconds cut off what I was saying in the transit, like before and after the transition. So I had to re-render the whole freaking thing, cutting out the 10-second thing instead of just using YouTube's inbuilt thing. So annoying. Like, frick you, YouTube. Like, can you, like, by the problem was, like, I could trim out, I could manually change the amount I was trimming out, and then it would get resubmitted for review. But because there was already an existing copyright claim on the initial uploaded version, and it defaulted to have that extra padding, if you change the amount to trim out in YouTube's editor, it doesn't automatically remove the copyright claim. It leaves the copyright claim and then re-reviews it, which means the video wouldn't be monetized potentially for like a week or so, from my understanding, or longer even. And that means like the vast majority of the views, the vast majority of the views on it wouldn't give me any ad revenue. Like, come on. Like, so I had to completely, so I had to delete that and then completely cut out the section without the padding, right? Because just cutting out the thing itself, you don't really notice. It's just like a cut straight to like, cause it was just a transition section having that song playing with a graphic overlay. And from me spending like a few minutes re-equipping Raiden with her artifacts, back to her hybrid build. So it was just that kind of transition, right? It was a good transition. It was enjoyable. But I just cut it out. So it was just like, you know, my normal style of editing where I just, you know, do a cut, rather than showing you something like that. But anyways, point being, we got Varesas' weapon leveled up. Just complaining about YouTube's copyright claim system. It's fine. Let's go to the thing. Actually, okay, wait. We cannot use this with. Look, I have the Plunge artifacts. I have a usable build on the Plunge artifacts if I use Lost Prayers, and I honestly think, even though this weapon is a lot better for her damage, I think I might go back to Lost Prayers because I think about the main value I'm getting out of Varesa now and long term is going to be in Overworld. And I don't really care about her doing a little bit more damage. Like, yes, even if it's a 30% damage improvement, I don't really care. And I don't think it's a 30% damage improvement over, I believe, Flowing Purity. I think it's like a 20% damage improvement over Lost Prayers. And I, generally speaking, I think will prefer the movement speed for Overworld utility. But we'll go see how her damage compares if I put her on an Obsidian Codex build, because this build on the Plunge set is no. We're not doing 50% crit rate. No. Just no. And I don't have a crit rate circlet, so, you know, I got a crit rate circlet, by the way, a few days ago. It was crit rate with crit damage, and it rolled entirely into bad stats. I was like, okay, thanks, game. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, I leveled this yesterday, because since I finished leveling the weapon, I figured I could level this for Cloud Retainer, because it could be interesting to test this set on Cloud Retainer. I could have done that if this had leveled okay. It did not, so we are not testing the set on Cloud Retainer. Which is fine. We will test the weapon on Cloud Retainer. We need to use off piece, which is going to be this piece. For what it's worth, my 4-piece MH build should be very good. I'm not sure whether we'll use these, this one or this one. These are basically the same artifact, just more crit rate versus crit damage. I think we'll use this for now. I think we might need... This gives so much crit damage that I think it's probably smart to bias towards crit rate. Oh, we're going to have to take Fischl's Goblet. That's fine. She'll still be functional if we have to use her. And take that. Alright. Bam. Obsidian Codex. Vivid Notions. 56 crit rate. 213 crit damage. Yeah, this seems perfect. Alright. Wow. I wonder what the Akasha ranking of this build is. I actually had a video idea related to Akasha rankings that I think might be kind of fun. Which is, I'm sure people have done this video before, but the value of this video I think is that different people's accounts would have different experiences because of like how much you prioritize putting your best builds on-field DPSs. I think most people tend to not invest as much into on-field DPSs as I do, so I don't think it'll be that hard for me. But the video idea is just like going to Akasha, putting all of my characters. So like I'll put my best build on Mawika, and if it tells me that my Mawika is one of my top 8 characters, well then I guess I have to use Mawika. I'm not gonna let it. It's not gonna tell me how I have to use Mawika, but I will use Mawika with the build that's highly ranked, right? So like right now for sure, like Yai, Farina, Arlecchino, Clorind would be in that grouping, right? But like Nuvilet, if I actually update his ranking, might actually be up there. I might be forced to use Nuvilet. So it's a problem of like, even though I don't prioritize like min-maxing most of my on-field DPS character builds, I just have good enough artifacts that if I go and update their Akasha ranking, they're probably going to be highly rated. So I don't know. It's going to be like a problem of, it's going to force you to use a bunch of main DPS characters together, like 8 main DPS characters potentially, and very few off-fielders or supports. And that's going to make it a bit of a struggle. But I don't know. I think it's kind of an interesting idea. I'm sure other people have done it, but that's fine because I think the value of it is dependent on an individual account. And I think it's one of those things that every Genshin creator that likes combat could do it. And yeah. Anyways, it's also a little bit sad that, like, you know, Chaska, I have no opportunity for, like, there's no Chaska leaderboard. Imagine if there's a Chaska leaderboard, I could put my VV artifacts on my Chaska. Oh, I might have one of the best Chaskas, but nope, not allowed to use Chaska because there's no Chaska leaderboard. Oh, won't be able to use Bennett because there's no Bennett leaderboard. So anyways, it'll be kind of interesting. And it's just going to be a point of like, yep, this is why you don't get focused on main DPSs too much. The supports are important. It might actually be one of the harder challenges I do. But anyways, I want to see what happens with Varesas build actually. In that vein. So, stream will be all Varesa weapon? No. No. The stream will not be all Varesa weapon. The stream will probably be a little bit of Varesa weapon. I want to check Varesa weapon on Varesa. I want to check Varesa weapon on... I'll show a little bit of Yai. I already did that testing last night. I yapped about that already. I want to do Varesa weapon on Cloud Retainer. In Cloud Retainer, it should just be better. I tested it very briefly on Cloud Retainer last night. And it did seem better. Not crazily better necessarily, because honestly, even without her signature weapon, she's already doing a lot of damage with C2. So like, I think you would notice the difference of this weapon more without a C2 Cloud Retainer. But it's definitely an upgrade for that. I already know that because I did the calcs for it. Even without factoring in the crit damage buff, it is like 10% better than Kagura's. And that's just because Cloud Retainer gets way more additional value. She double dips in the value of attack percent for herself because it's going to affect her base scaling, right? And then also her buffs herself based on her attack. So she double dips in the value of attack. So this is just like her best weapon now. Even without, and it's by a significant margin. So if you are someone who really wants to do DPS Cloud Retainer, and you're looking at an old guide that says Kagura's Verity is her best DPS weapon, this is her best weapon now, and it's a meaningful margin ahead that I wouldn't bother going for Kagura's. Don't I already have a DPS Lanyan build? Yeah, of course. Lanyan is one of my best built characters in my account. This is one of my best builds. These artifacts are actually ridiculous. Like, this could technically be improved because that could be an attack percent roll and it could be a 4-line. This is basically impossible to improve. Like, it's basically a perfect artifact. Yeah, it could have crit rate. It doesn't really matter. This could be a 4-line. That's the only thing I'd possibly improve that. And then this could be a 4-line. The only way I improve this build is with 4-line artifacts that roll perfectly. So, anyways, we can maybe use Lanyan in the event, but we want to. I don't think I'm going to do plunge Lanyan. Plunge Lanyan should be good, to be clear. This weapon should be the best for any. If you're going to do plunge shenanigans on any catalyst unit, even if you're only getting one plunge, like by using one skill or burst, even if you're only triggering this 40% crit damage buff once, my experience with Yai is such that even though I haven't calculated with every other character, this should be the best plunge catalyst weapon if you have it available, if you want to do plunge shenanigans, as long as the character's attack scaling, which I think every single catalyst unit in the game is attack scaling for their plunges. Right? Yes. Because only your skill is not, right? Yeah, it's attack scaling. Yes. Wait. Pretty sure it's yes. Yeah, attack scaling. Yes. Can't crit. So, Plunge Kokomi is probably one of the worst plunge DPSs you can do in the game. She might, this might be like the only character that's worse as a plunge DPS. No, actually no. I was gonna say she might be worse as a plunge DPS than bow characters, but I think even without being able to crit, she's still a better plunge DPS than bow characters, because at least she applies Hydro on her plunge, and on top of that if you want to do plunge DPS, you could trigger a big forward vaporize. So I'm pretty sure plunge Kokomi is still better than plunge bow characters, but even though plunge bow units can crit, yes. So yeah, literally every catalyst unit in the game. If you're gonna do plunge shenanigans on them, I think it might become their best weapon, with some asterisks. With like, if you're doing plunge shenanigans, but you're still using other aspects of the character's kit, that changes the formula a little bit. But that's the same thing was what I was testing with Yai, right? Where Yai, when you're doing plunge, Yai is still doing her skill and burst damage. So it was a question of like, okay, Yai with her signature weapon that gives her the most skill and burst damage. What is the effect of using what is the drop in her skill damage with the plunge weapon? And it's still an improvement. Like the value of the plunge damage, even for Yai. So that's my point. Like even if you're using the rest other parts of the character's kit, it should still be an improvement, and that's why I think Yai was a good starting point for that. So yeah. It's true even for Candace and Polearms. Why is that even a thing? Yeah. Why is the attack scaling a thing? I don't know, because Mihoyo. I think the only exception to this, by the way, is Shilonen. I actually don't think there's any other character in the game who has different plunge multipliers that aren't attack scaling, which is interesting. So yeah, sadly, not a catalyst unit. By the way, it's kind of funny that Plunge Shilonen is like, is she technically the last main DPS sword unit released? Plunge Shilonen. Yeah, she technically is, because it was Chlorine before that, and then I had them before that. So Shilonen is the last sword DPS we've gotten, on-field sword DPS technically. Farina C6. I mean, Farina C6 was after Shilonen, but anyways. What about Chiori? Shilonen was after Chiori. Also, Chiori is not a real on-field DPS. But if you're talking whether or not she has... There's a lawnmower outside, by the way. It's that time of year. Why is there a lawnmower outside? The grass is not growing, bro. Sorry. Freaking I hate HOAs, man. I hate HOAs. It's like, well, they're paying for the lawn management, so even when the grass doesn't need to be cut, we're gonna have lawn management come out. Frick off. Anyways, no, she does not have def scaling plunges. So Noelle and burst. Oh, does Noelle have? Or wait, does Noelle's C6 count as? This is not def scaling though. This increases her attack by a percentage of her defense, which functionally makes her deal more damage based on defense than her attack. But that means she's dual scaling, not like straight def scaling. But technically, yes, kind of, I guess, because of her C6. So yeah, I don't think there's really anyone other than Shunyun, if I recall. This is just their default thing, though. They other than Shalonen, they always just have characters, even when the character has like def scaling abilities in their kit. Like, it's so stupid that Chiori does not have def scaling on her normal and this talent scaling, right? Because they literally made her dual scaling, like defense attack scaling, like, and they gave her an infusion ability that you can optionally do for have a 5-second geo infusion, and they're just like, no, screw you, attack scaling. Why? It's so funny, like looking at Chiori's balance, and then 1 year later, Escoffier is releasing. Like, how restrictive this character's kit is. And then Escoffier is like, no, how about we just throw balance out the window? Like, imagine, like, a sad fact is that, like, Ito, right? Ito, Farina, Shalonen, Escoffier is probably going to become Ito's best team, I believe. Imagine for a second they allowed Chiori to be a team-wide healer. Then, at least Ito's best team would not become Escoffier team. Right? Like, if she was a team-wide healer, like, for some reason now overpowered off-field damage dealers that also do other relevant things, like, apparently they have to have team-wide healing now. Imagine if she had team-wide healing, and then we'd finally have a Geo team-wide healer, so that we could do Farina, Chiori. Like, this would be the good version of modern Mono Geo, right? We could do, like, Ito, Farina, Chiori, right? And Shalonen, of course. You get Shalonen buffing all of them. Actually, wait, fuck the Geo sample thing. Well, ignore that problem. But, anyways, whatever. It's just so funny looking at, like, their balance of off-fielders last year, and then LOL, here's Escoffier. Where not only it's like, it's one thing that they, like, she's stronger than off-fielders were before, but like it's like they're so concerned with the balance of off-fielders being too strong before this year, and they've just completely thrown that out of the window. Like, I think it's a good thing that they were concerned about how strong off-fielders could be. Do I think they reached the right balance with Chiori in particular? No. I think it's kind of stupid that this is not in base kit, but, you know, anyways. The construct requirement is dumb. Geo requirement, which is what C1 is. Geo requirement, fine. Construct requirement, stupid. Anyways. Talking about Voldemort again? I know, I'm sorry. Anyways, let's go test Varesas' weapon, this team. In this domain, I'm used to seeing, like, on the plunge set with Lost Prayers, I was used to seeing, like, 180k on plunges. So we should be able to see the relative increase from this even with just one run. Actually, I think it was more like 100. No, it was about 180k, I think. Yep, that's more damage. That's more damage. Not really that much more damage, but it's more damage. Crazy. Who would have thought that Varesas' weapon is an upgrade for... Oh, okay. I may have just gotten the Skirk artifacts I need if the game wants to be nice to me and give me crit in particular on that. I might be done... Okay. I know I was like kind of set on saving my elixirs for gold and troop artifacts, but unironically, here, let's use Mika or as a loadout again. Wait, oh no, you're as a loadout for you know who. Here, why do you even have pieces? I have no idea why you have artifacts. Anyways, she's probably a loadout for someone else. Oh, she was a loadout for Nilu. Yeah. Equip that. We don't know what her ascension is, right? But let's just assume for a minute, right? We're gonna make some. We can make some educated guesses, hypotheticals for Skirk, and one of those hypotheticals is that she probably will not need energy recharge. She might get value from EM. She also might not. Crit, please. Well, it's fine. It's the right main stat, and it's better than not having it all. It's my first one. You might say that's a really cope piece for Skirk, probably, especially without attack percent. And I agree. I agree. But it also probably won't matter, is my guess. Come on, game. That's rude. You might say these seem like really, really cope artifacts. She's gonna ascend with crit. We don't know if she ascends with crit rate or crit damage, of course, right? With the build that I have going right now, clearly my preference would be crit rate. My preference would definitely be crit rate. But like, you know, level this piece up and it rolls 20% crit damage. Level this piece up and then that's an extra 60% crit damage. And if she ascends with, well, actually no, if she doesn't ascend with crit damage, then I have a crit problem. Well, actually, this is maybe a perfectly fine amount of crit rate. If, by the way, this weapon looks amazing on Layla. Wow. It's a perfectly fine amount of crit rate with like cryo resonance going on, and it also won't surprise me at all if she has like a Clarin style inbuilt crit rate buff on top of that, because like I think a character they're expecting to sell, a main DPS character they're expecting to sell a lot of, who has an artifact set that doesn't have crit, means she's gonna give a bunch of crit rates for herself for free. Is my suspicion. So like, this might be perfectly fine, is my point. It looks kind of cope, but I think it might be perfectly fine, depending on how the timepiece rolls. I'm not going to level this to 20 or anything right now. But hey, I have an option, and it kind of makes me think I might be kind of done with this domain. Like, Skirk is going to be a strong enough character, I just don't think I care. Although I will say, like, this level of artifacts on the 4-piece set means I probably actually have a better build on 2-piece. It is worth acknowledging that, even with as good of a flower and feather as I might have. So, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I do think I should level this at minimum. It's getting unlocked. I'm not happy about it, but it's like, it technically has 3 good rolls, but double min roll is a spit in the face moment. It's not staying locked, but it's staying equipped to Layla, so I won't like throw it away unless I throw it away into another attack timepiece. Okay. Well, there we go. That solves that problem. So if that rolled well, and then like I got it, especially if this rolled crit rate and this rolled well, or if it rolled attack percent, honestly, then I might have been just done with this domain, honestly, because I could just throw away elixir into a plunge feather for Varesa and be happy with that. Anyways, maybe she'll convert ER into crit damage. Maybe, yeah, that's true. that would be an enormous troll on Mihoyo's part to make an artifact set that specifically indicates the character kit is not going to utilize energy recharge as a stat at all, and then be like, LOL, actually she's right and she converts energy recharge into damage. But hey, that means my ER stat here is not a dead stat, and that makes this artifact significantly better, and it makes this piece better, and it makes like some other goblet options better. So I would take that. Anyways, consider streaming for the 1.7 2.0 reveals for ZZZ. Maybe. It depends what time it's at. If I want to wake up early or not, because I'm assuming it's early in the morning. So I'm not gonna commit. Oh, sorry, but maybe. I am interested in watching this one. Well, not the 1.7 one is not gonna be that interesting. But if they show off some stuff with 2.0, but they said they're gonna show off 2.0 2 days after, right? So I don't know if there's that much to react to, I'll be honest, with this one. But maybe the 2.0 stream. Need to put, yeah, there we go. Chlorine back on that, but I'll leave Layla on this for now. You know, a cryo infused Layla might be able to use this because you could just not use her skill. Well, no, you still have the problem of you're gonna get the contact particle generation, so it still wouldn't work. Never mind, I lied. I don't know. Anyway, but not on this artifact set is what I don't think this artifact set will make sense for DPS Layla. I don't think this artifact set will make sense for anyone other than Skirk. But I do think Layla has some fun. Like it's the same thing as I said before. Where like the most fun I think Escoffier offers is like Chungyun shenanigans and giving Shenhe more value, which is cool. I like that. She doesn't need to be as good as she is outside of that context, outside of the freeze context. They just need to lean her more into being free Chevruse and less into everything else. Anyways, point being, I have more reasons to level cryo units after her release, which is something, but that doesn't fix the resource problem of ascension crystals and whatever. So I don't know. Someday. Layla is interesting because of her HP scaling, by the way. I don't understand why they made her skill attack scaling and her burst HP scaling, though. That's a little bit of a dick move, I will say, but, you know. Anyways, we can go test this Varesa build in Abyss real quick. Oh yeah, we should check what the ranking was. Why does it say my chlorine build is new? Oh, because I changed the weapon on it. Oh, apparently my Varesa build is lower than it was before. I think I changed to the lower crit damage timepiece, or lower crit damage feather. So the other piece was better. The more crit damage piece was better. It was top 4% before, and now it's top 7%. But anyways, that's fine. Oh god, I just noticed my Shenhe build is in the top 2. Oh god.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life
it's possible she doesn't stay here because again, the video concept, if I do only using my top 8 characters to clear Abyss, right now it would be Yai, Farina, Chlorine, Arlecchino, Shenhe, Fischl, which makes sense, Nahida. Oh wait, Nahida, oh no. No, this wouldn't work because I can't do Fischl and Nahida on this build at the same time. So this one wouldn't count. I'd have to go check what my Nahida build is on my best Deepwood artifacts. I haven't tried to optimize a Deepwood build. I'm not against using Nahida, to be clear. I just can't use, like, I have to try to use, I want to use exactly what the builds are on my best built characters all at the same time, right? So my best Nahida build and my best Fischl build are both Golden Troop, but they're separate Golden Troop artifacts, and that's perfect, right? But they're not. They're a lot of the same artifacts. So, and even Farina uses some of the same artifacts too, right? So this just would not quite work. But I could definitely play around with Nahida's build on Deepwood and might be able to get something really competent. Although the problem with my Deepwood Nahida build would be I don't have good Deepwood circlets. But I can check what she would be on like a Lost Prayers build or something with a crit damage circlet. Because I think I have a crit damage circlet, which is currently on, yeah, it's currently on her, which is not a very good circlet for Nahida, but it might be better than nothing. I don't know. I'll check what my Nahida's build is my point. This is what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to go and optimize builds to see how the relative ranking is, to see what characters I'd have to use for this challenge. So, anyways, blap. But yeah, Shenhe is there probably because there's just not that many. There's not that many people that like have good Shenhe builds. The people that have Shenhe put her on a usable enough build. I put her on also a usable enough build, but I just happened to put her on the best two-piece combo pieces I had available. Because I had this circlet that I leveled up, which is a perfect piece for her, and then I farmed for like a timepiece or an onset goblet, and I got a timepiece that was good enough at enabling the good circlet, and then put a really good goblet and good other Shiminawa's pieces that were perfect pieces for her. And oops, I guess I have an extremely good Shenhe build for the ranking, which might force me to use Shenhe for a video without any cryo DPSs. Oh well. Oh well. We'll see how that goes. I like Shenhe might be in the top 8, which is really funny. Oh, that might make things a little harder. Oh boy. Alright, we'll go to... Actually, we'll use Varesa in the event here. I haven't done the 2 new ones yet. Recommended element type Pyro. What's the buff? Vaporize or melt? Of course it is. Okay, so I don't even get a buff for Varesa. You're just going to recommend Pyro every time? Does does the first one recommend Pyro too? Where does it say the recommendation? Oh, it just says it right here. Oh, but it doesn't. What can I go to the not high difficulty or reset? I guess. Recommended type bow. Oh, okay. It doesn't say pyro. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I think I don't know what this enemy's mechanics are. Continuously attacking the boss with pyro, it'll enter an overburn state, paralyzing it. Okay. So great. Yeah, we really needed. Why did they feel a need? Is that really this boss's mechanic? Attack it with pyro? Like for real? Just like Mihoyo, the game has a problem right now of pyro being too strong. Like pyro DPSs are a bit too strong right now. You really should be adding enemies that are pushing relevance of other element types, not pyro. And like, why did they added this boss when they added Varesa? Why would they not make it like weak to electro? Like, what? Okay, whatever. Just Mihoyo things. What do we have to do? We have to just kill some. Oh, we have to use an elemental burst. Okay, to get our support level up. That's easy enough. Okay. But yeah, I'll use a. Actually, no. The hamster is going to be annoying with its spinny move. I was going to say I was going to use Moika, but Moika's not really that much better than Dia if I'm not bursting on Moika. So, and I already have a scroll user in the form of Eon Zone. So we're going to do the overload team, but with Dia. The only problem with Dia is some potential rotation time limitations with Dia's cooldown. But that's fine. I don't think it's the end of the world if we don't have Dia's skill up for certain rotations. Blap. 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 That's fine, rotation-wise. And then this, let's see. Wants me to use Sit Lolly, huh? How about Superconduct? How about Superconduct? Why is Varesa level 80? Go tell Mahoya to fix the Ascension Crystal problem.
Ready.
I got a burst.
Shoot on sight.
The Ascension Crystal problem. I literally do not have the ability to level characters. I cannot level 90 characters, or I can't even do characters' final ascensions if I want to be able to keep keep resources for other characters. I cannot. They do not give enough Ascension Crystals to continue leveling up characters. Wow. I cannot level Varesa to 90. I literally can't. I'd have to spend like a weeks of resin just farming bosses to get the Ascension Crystal material. That's how bad the Ascension Crystal like balance is right now. You just don't get enough. You just don't get enough. Yeah, I know you only need a burst damage. Like, it's bonkers. It's actually bonkers. So, and also it just doesn't matter. Varesa does not need to be level 90. She is far more than strong enough without level 90. It's just pointless. You know, like, you don't play her with Dendro teams. What? Why do you not target? Maybe shouldn't have waited to do that. Okay, well. Just energy making this thing feel awkward. Okay, do this. Should blow up most of the things. Why did you jump over there? I made a mistake. I shouldn't have dashed with Eons on. That was bad. It's fine. Great. Classic this boss where you just fly up it. Okay. Milwika would have been better here because I forgot about the fact that it's going to spin outside of the circle. Yay, circle impact. What are you... What? Why? Okay, I've never actually seriously tried to optimize play of this team. It's just been an overworld team for me so far. Trying to do longer rotations with Dia is a little bit awkward, for sure. Oh, I did that. Yep. See, the idea was to use Dia to like not have to deal with that mechanic, but it runs outside of Dia's circle anyways, so I have to deal with it anyways. Yeah. That was a relatively disappointing performance. I blame the boss mechanic. Let's try to do a slightly different team. I like how my Dia Yai team against the wait. Okay, I have to try. No? I do have to try and see what happens if I put Yai in. And like, yes, my Yai is more invested than my Varesa build. This is a comparison where, yes, level 90 Varesa would matter. Because I'm not, but that's not the point. The point is to see what happens. Because when I did this team against the previous one, I got 1,000, or I got over 900 after optimizing it a little bit. I wonder if I can get over 1,000 again, despite having Varesa on her signature weapon with like a really good build.
Right now. Stop right there. Quick as a flash. Stay out of my way. Right here, right now. Justice will prevail. Buckle up. Right here.
Yeah, the start is really slow, but you know.
Control breathing. Let's move.
I just canceled the E. I just swapped a E on some by accident, canceled her E. Oh yeah, there was buffs before. That's true, that's true. I forgot there's no buff because it's a freaking melt buff. Or a melt and vaporize buff. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. Well, either way, we'll see how this compares. I'm curious. I forgot about the big buffs on the last one.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now, emerge. Right now. Buckle up. Gloves off. Emerge. Right now.
Now.
Right here.
Too far away. Too far away. Yeah. Oops. That's bad. Mistakes.
Right now. Right here.
And I also apparently need more energy. Classic. This team is fine energy-wise when Dia starts with full energy, I guess. But not outside of that context. No, let me catch the particles. Alright. Why did I do that? That was just absolutely terrible. Wow. Okay. This was just terrible, honestly. All around. I don't think this play was good. I think it could have been done better, but it's still going to perform similarly to the Varesas team, which is kind of funny. Which is mostly just to say that there's room for Varesas to perform better here than I was playing. This is with this team getting energy problems. Like, oh, gosh. See, there you go. That team performs similarly to Varesas, with a not fully leveled Varesas. The fair comparison there would be a Varesas that is level 90 with like a crowned skill at minimum, or level 9 skills at minimum. But then I would expect her to fairly handily beat Yai, because 2025 power creep DPS things, and also Yai being an off-fielder focus, not an on-fielder focus. But anyways, I don't know the Zajef talk. I decided that I wanted to do it later, but I did contact him. To be clear, I just decided when I contacted him that it was best to wait probably until. One, at least wait a couple more weeks just in case that she does get significant changes. But also, here, we're going to try this with Muika just because of the butthole moving problem. What? Come on. Dang it. But most likely it's going to wait until the version announcement stream. So like a couple weeks from now. But he did say yes. He did say yes. So it should happen, but I think it makes sense to wait to do it. until the character is like fully officially shown off and announced. Plus, at that point, we will know for sure that she's not getting any meaningful changes. So yeah. Sending Chevy worth it to have her at 40k HP? I mean, you can get 40k HP without being like level 90 or anything. I put her to level 85, for example, because that's what I needed to do to get her to 40k HP to max out her buff. But it's not really that important to have to max out her buff necessarily, but yeah. Oops. Game. I think I spent too long on Varesas there, it's fine. Do. Oops. Yeah, I spent too long on Varesas in the last rotation. Let's screw it this rotation. It's not that big a deal though. And by the way, yes, I'm not using her burst, but really game. Oh, Mihoyo, can you fix your jank hitboxes? This thing. I have C1 Muika for what it's worth. So, like, my Muika's doing meaningfully more, like, she's getting at least, what is she? I can't pause, sorry. We can double check here. Yeah, I know. I didn't do. What's the camera? I did not do that camera move there. Please. No! God dang it. Oh my god. Kind of lame that we didn't get even 1,000 bars, but hey, we platinum at least. Oh, good lord. Oh, could have gone to inventory? Yeah, I suppose. I didn't realize you could go to inventory here. So yeah, what I was saying was like, yes, I'm not using Muika's burst because I refuse to. But please load. For what it's worth, I have a Crown Muika skill. And I have a C1 Muika that gives her attack percent, and her skill lasts longer. This is an extra 3 skill hits, I believe. So, you know, an extra 3 hits of this 230% multiplier, so an extra like 700% motion value, which, to be clear, the burst activation would be a little bit more motion value than that. Because of the bonus she gets in whatever from her Night Soul state and yada yada, of course. If the burst was leveled up. With my burst level, it actually wouldn't be more motion value. But point being, the attack percent plus the additional damage from the C1 making her skill last longer means that my Muika's damage there actually was not that dissimilar from the damage contribution of a C0 Muika if she actually was bursting. It would still be better to burst with this, you know, because of the damage bonus that you would get for Varesas, but it wouldn't have crazily affected that or anything. It probably would have meant I could have gotten, you know, 1,000, 1,100 maybe. If I had a C0 Muika. So, anyways. And I enjoy the gameplay without her. I enjoy gameplay with Muika without doing her burst. So, anyways, yeah, Varesas is stronger on her weapon. I guess, do you guys want to see the comparison? Because this is the simplest comparison we can make, right? Do you want to see the comparison of this is like a different build, different, you know, lot of factors changing. So this is not just a weapon to weapon comparison, but maybe for the fun, we can see what happens. If we go to my Lost Prayers build, use the same team, but go to my Lost Prayers build, with the Plunge set. Blap. And blap. Right. So, this beautiful build. Now go to Cloud Retainer? Alright. But this is what I think I'm going to stick with on my Varesas. Why? Because, like I said, she's an overworld unit for me. I don't dislike her gameplay, but I think in the Abyss, the vast majority of the time, I'd rather play Chlorind, or Yai, or Hybrid Raiden. I think she's fun, but I think her value to me is an overworld unit for her ability to do that and just have a base higher movement speed than any other character in the game, which in conjunction with Lost Prayers, yeah, I don't know. She just feels pretty good to use in overworld, and I like that. She's a good, really simple, pleasing feeling overworld unit. And that's my favorite thing about her. I think she's still my favorite, like, as far as how she feels to play. Like, I like Mualani, but Mualani, you know, you gotta be in the mood to play Mualani. Chaska, I think, is, like, valuable in a different way for overworld, but I find her incredibly less engaging to play. Varesas is relatively simple. You're just doing the same inputs, but it's the repeated inputs. You're doing repeated inputs, sure, but it's like you're varying the inputs rather than jump up in air and hold down one button, right? And Kanich has all kinds of jank in overworld, so less in Abyss. So I don't know. As far as like a main DPS Natlan unit so far, and this character does not have an on-field mode to me. As far as main DPS Natlan units go, she's actually my favorite one, and presumably she's the last Natlan main DPS we're gonna get. Well, this in 5.x. So you know, for what it's worth, she's my favorite one, but she's still probably not gonna get level 90. Because she's still just a main DPS that I don't think I'm going to play that often. I'd rather play a DPS Lanyon. Anyways. Let's do Cloud Retainer to start. And we can try Cloud Retainer against the next one, I think, even though I don't think the next one has that much an incentivization. I guess I do DPS Cloud Retainer with Bennett. Wait, I kind of want to do Lanyon. Never mind, I'm sorry, I lied. I'm going to do Lanyon against this quick. All team members affected by the corrosion status after... Oh, we have to just heal. Okay, I think I can heal. I guess we'll do Cloud Retainer here. But anyway, I want to do DPS Lanyon against this thing. And that means Cloud Retainer. Can we do a Cloud Retainer DPS team without Farina? Not you. Oh, you know what's really funny? I didn't even think I happened to be watching Zajef when he was talking about Chaska, and how C6 Chevruse with Chaska with Eons on is quite good. So like, one of Chaska's best teams right now is potentially where is it? Where's Eons on? There she is. This is one of Chaska's best teams right now. Will I be able to apply enough pyro? I have no idea. I truly have no freaking idea. Also, it's extremely rude that this is specifically burning Overloader Burgeon. Like, really? Whatever. We can try a different team, potentially, but... I haven't fought this boss enough to know how it works. Hydra resets your progress, does it? Wait, Pyro needs to stay on the enemy? Is that seriously the mechanic? Pyro needs to stay on the enemy? I mean, at least that's better for like nerfing the power of melt and vaporize against it. That's something. As far as a pyro incentivization goes, it's better. It's good to have a pyro incentivization that isn't just melt and vaporize, I guess. So pyro has to stay on the enemy. Okay, that's interesting. I'm still gonna try it with DPS Lanyan first. Anyways, it's funny that this is one of Chaska's best teams, and I think also, but I do think the formula of Chaska's best team, we're talking non-Moika teams, because Moika Bennett's at Lolly, yes, is a thing. When you melt Moika's burst, yes, it makes half the teams in the game be their best team with Moika Bennett's at Lolly. So non-Moika burst melting situation. But I think what will be interesting is like, is this team with C6 Chevruse, don't do this without C6 Chevruse, is this team going to be better or worse than doing Farina Escoffier with Bennett or Chevruse C6? Like Farina Escoffier, Chevruse C6 might actually be Cheska's best team. But then you're not getting the attack. I don't know. It's gonna be kind of weird. Anyways, let's do something with Cloud Retainer. What's the best Cloud Retainer thing I can do without Farina? I have to equip her. God dang it. Hold please. May as well do Cloud Retainer first, because if we're gonna do other plunge shenanigans, we're gonna have to put Cloud Retainer back on her other build. So, you know. Lamp. Oops. What am I doing? This. You can apply a Hydra, but only after removing its shield. I see. Reason I'm doing that, I just don't want to. It'll be fine. Well, yeah, we're getting 8% less crit. 8% less crit damage. It'll be fine, guys. It'll be fine. Okay, don't worry about it. In exchange, I'll put the higher crit damage attack percent piece on, and do this. Wait, whoop, that's not the right one. I said, wait. MH is not going to work on her if I don't have Farina. Ah, frick. Okay, maybe we're not doing DPS Lanyan, I guess. Sad. That's fine, I guess. That's fine. There we go. And blam. Alright. DPS Cloud Retainer. $80 crit rate, 225 crit damage, 127 ER, 2700 attack. Seems pretty good. Maybe we do DPS Cloud Retainer against this thing. I'm down to see, because this is just... Yeah. Wait, is this going to buff Cloud Retainer? Because it says current on... Oh yeah, it's current on-field character. Frick, of course it's not. Of course it's not. There's none that buff Cloud Retainer right now. Ugh. Whatever, it's fine. We can maybe try that with Cloud Retainer. Well, let's see what happens when we do this quick. And we'll do Farina. We'll do my Cloud Retainer. Farazon. And Yanslon. And then I guess we can do Varesas again. Why not? We can see what Varesas does against this boss. Oh, Varesas without Eon's on though. Ugh. Varesa energy without Eon Sun is a little. No, I think I'm gonna pass. Sorry, Eon Sun. I don't think I want to do Varesa without Eon Sun. I'll be honest. It's gonna be especially with this event starting without energy. I don't like I could use Bennett with the other team to be clear, but I'd rather. Yeah, I guess we can just use Bennett here. We're not gonna be able to do anything more for more than 2 seconds in that side, anyways. So it's fine. Blap. Blap. Okay. Farina is the worst idea first half. Why? She can be a healer. If the drain is a problem, I'll just put her on healing mode. Holy crap, you need a lot of healing for this. Wait, do you actually have to heal your HP? Oh, no, wait, you have to be above 85%. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, Power Retainer is still perfectly fine for this. Please max it out. Did I not max it out? Okay. Okay. Well, the solution to that is quite simple. Well, because I have to be focused on the HP, I can't really, can't really actually do real DPS coverage or anything. Oh well. No. Well. Farina solo healing mode it can do this? Wait, can she really? It seemed like you needed more healing than that. But I guess, well, no, I guess it only said the, did it only say the active on-field character? That might be why. Okay. So you just, it doesn't really matter how much healing you have, you just have to have some. Okay. Well. Alright. Do this. He's a big boy now. Oops. What? What am I doing? Apparently should have saved that burst. Oh, come on, game, really? But I would still have my extra skills. Well, I don't think it'll matter. Wow. Good job, Varesa. 1400 bars obviously means that Varesa on Lost Pairs is stronger than her signature weapon. There you go. Stream over. No. Obviously that was just because of the buffs there. Alright, let's see what happens with DPS Cloud Retainer here. Okay. Actually, I think doing Farazan before Freedom might make sense. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Wait, I have to do this over? Okay.
Turn that frown upside down.
Wing.
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud.
Light it up. Yata, Chichan, let's go. Time to relax.
Wind knows me. Adorn my night.
Wow. Want to lose your 50-50 on Lost Pairs? You want a 5-star book so bad? It's probably more likely you'll get it from Standard Banner.
Control breathing.
Just do that.
Dare to mess with me? Skyward! Got her! Yeah! Got her! Got her! Lightning, echoing song! Keeps its course. Stronger! Seize the skies!
What?
Yeah! Skyward! Time to shine! Have fun with this gift! Dare to mess. Control breathing! Make way!
Ah, crap.
Skyward! Got her! Yeah! Got her! Skyward! Years of the storm! Quick as a flash! Seize the skies!
God dang it.
Yeah! Yeah! Got her!
Oop.
Lightning, echoing song! Keeps its course. Stronger! On light! Make way for the objective!
God dang it. I keep on getting hit by its hitbox. God.
Yeah! Skyward!
I'm jumping up in the air.
Skyward!
Nice 480,000.
Have fun with this gift! Control breathing! Seize the skies! Skyward! Got her!
That's 500,000.
Yeah! Got her! Skyward! Lightning, echoing song! Years of the storm! Quick as a flash! Yeah! Skyward!
Not bad. Not bad. Not amazing considering it's a C2 Cloud Retainer, to be honest. But, you know, it's fun as far as a thing to see how far high investment can go. But yeah, we can try that in Abyss potentially, of course. See what damage numbers we get with the... We do have a 75% plunge damage bonus on the second side. Yeah, I think we were getting some buffs, by the way. I just don't think we were getting the final buff. if I recall. Let me double check. Actually, wait, we might have been getting the final buff though, now that I think about it, because it says the current on-field character has to do Pyro, Hydro, Electro, or Cryo, and Cloud Retainer does have her mechanic, right? Oh, god dang it. Well, whatever. You don't believe me. I don't feel like exiting out. So current character damage is whatever. But then, oh wait, this could be trigger. Yeah, and the character damage increased by 100%. That was just active, obviously. So we had the 160% damage bonus for sure. But then I think we might have had the attack bonus too. Because we had the damage bonus for sure. That's just on. But the other one I think might have been on because I think swirl hits might count, right? Because she has swirls, obviously, from being an animal. I'm not 100% certain though. I'd have to go double. How is her burst little? In particular, I don't know if the swirl hits are because swirl isn't technically doing that element damage. Maybe no, I think it is, right? I don't know if it counts. I don't know. I don't. Can you see the stat screen in there? We could check. But I also wanted to check if her thing counted as an infusion or not, because she has the little effect on her burst. The Star Wicker damage. No, yeah, it is the Star Wicker damage. Okay, it just deals AoE animo damage. Yeah, it does not do infusion damage. Okay, that's what I thought. So it's just whether or not swirl's elemental damage counts as a Pyro Hydro Cryo hit, right? Because when you do a swirl, you do different elements of damage, right? So I think it does work. I think the full buff does work. Right. See, we did the swirl damage, but then we did the anima damage, but then you saw the swirl damage was purple. That's because the swirl damage was electro damage, right? Like the damage of the swirl is the base scaling of the swirl reaction and whatever bonuses you have with the character level and whatever EM and yada yada. But we get Lanyon's anima damage, and then the actual swirl damage was electro damage. So I'm pretty sure it does count. That's just how swirl works. Unless they specifically excluded it for some reason. Anyways. Let's see what happens on the first side quick. With DPS Cloud Retainer. With the new weapon. What I suspect here, if we directly compare to Kagura's Verity, even though this is like a 15-ish% upgrade for Cloud Retainer's damage by my estimate, I kind of am guessing that maybe we can do the full way through. We'll just do. Yeah. Oops. I'm kind of guessing that what we're going to see here is that's fine. I think what we might see here is that while it is going to get us, 15%-ish more damage, particularly because I have C2 Cloud Retainer, I'm just going to be highly invested enough that I don't think it's going to cause I don't think 15% more damage is enough to reach a breakpoint where we clear meaningfully better. It's my overall vibe, right? So it's going to be better for Plunge DPS Cloud Retainer, but it won't actually affect clear times, is my guess.
Have fun with this gift. Dare to mess with me. Control creep. Bright clouds confirmed. Skyward.
What? Did I not crit there? Oh my god. Oh god damn it. Oh my god, are you serious? Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Uh-oh, crap. Uh-oh. This is a burst reliant team. I gotta do that better. Whoops. Chaska swirling though? I mean, Chaska definitely works in that one, because Chaska directly does other types of damage. Right, anyways, that's different from the swirl damage doing that. I talk about the ZZZ dev talk. I did talk about it a little bit, mostly what I basically mentioned in Discord, but honestly in less detail. Wherein like it's just really interesting to see the difference in philosophy from the different teams for how they develop the game, right? And I talked about how like I think I'm slightly concerned that some of the changes they're making is genericizing the game, and it's losing some of like its its identity, and it makes me feel like internally they might have, a little bit of a whatever you want to call it, like they had a strong creative vision when they were first releasing the game, but then after releasing, because TV mode or whatever else, right? Like it feels like they might be going a little bit too hard in the other direction. But if you want to rewind and see more, you can hear more of my yap. It was towards the beginning. If you want to watch that, Sorio. But yeah, the most the most interesting thing though, I still think about the ZZZ dev talk is just like the contrast of clearly how different they are as far as like development goes compared to their other games, which just makes me think that any problems that Genshin has is because of Genshin's team and not as much because of corporate execs oversight. Oversight. Oh, I thought I did that too early. Am I not critting? Like, actually, this is the game trolling me. I feel like it should not be taking me that many plunges to do. I know I didn't use my skill there, but like, why was the TVs awful? In my opinion, the reason the TVs were awful is because they didn't make proper use of the feature. I think the TVs were too often just like filler points, and that's all they were, and that's why people didn't like it. Some people had problem with it like on a visual level, which I don't know. I think the TVs were excellent from a flow breaking standpoint if they actually were more of an engaging mechanic, because there's events that they did in Zenless where the TV mode was like utilized really well for like different puzzles or just different ways of interacting in like a grid-based structure, right? There's plenty of like game ideas, whether they be puzzles or not, that you can have with a grid-based movement structure, right? They could technically make a whole ass Pokemon game in a grid-based movement structure. And yeah, I think it did a really good job at like representing like the visual of what the proxies were doing. But in like the main story content, it was the typical gotcha problem. I shouldn't say gotcha problem. This is a Hoyover's problem, where like Hoyover's makes the main story brain dead trivial, right? Where like it's not you don't there's no challenge to going through the story, right? And part of that was like the gameplay of the TV mode was nothing. There was no actual gameplay in the TV mode. It was just pressing and walking a direction, right? That, in my opinion, was the problem. The problem is that they didn't actually put real gameplay in the main story of the TV mode. The TV mode was the equivalent of like, how Genshin will have you fight 2 hilly trills in the main story or something, right? Oh no, there's monsters invading. Spend half a second clicking normal attack, right? It was the equivalent of that, except for Zenless had that same stuff with combat, and then also had the TV mode. And like, that's what I think it was a problem. I think it was a perfectly fine idea, but a little bit of flawed execution, particularly in the context of the main story. And I didn't inherently dislike it. I think it had a lot of potential, and I thought it was a cool idea for a gameplay and story progression gimmick. But instead of trying to refine on that And clearly they had some good ideas with it, because there was a number of different events and a number of different puzzle stuff and various things in game that I think was really, really good with the TV mode. Like, really good. But instead of trying to refine on that, they're just like, nope, throw it in the trash can. Like, this is my point of, like, how I feel like they might be listening to the certain people too much, and it's turning too much into a more of a generic game, like other gotchas in particular. But yeah. Did I mistype Sacred? No, I didn't. It's Sacred Mountain, not Scared Mountain. But the intention is to do some questing. Okay, there we go. Oh crap! I stepped. Wait, or we can get them. I got so lucky that dude just barely didn't die. Now, what is happening with the game interface right now? What just happened there with Cloud Retainer's jumps? Like, actually, what happened? Like what just happened there? The most jank thing about playing DPS Cloud Retainer is crap like that happens. But that was the most jank I've ever seen Cloud Retainer have in the air with the camera and everything. Like, what actually happened there? Oh my god. I didn't crit again. Yo, I think I'm just getting unlucky, or like the timing of the... Ow. Really? Oh my god. I love the Lectors, man. Lector gameplay is so fun. Just truly the most engaging enemies in this game. Will I watch the dev talk? Ask again in a little while. I do want to get some Genshin things done. Should have saved that skill. That was dumb. What am I doing? Oh my god, stop it. Okay, good. Okay. I need to make sure I have energy. Stop! Stop it! Oh my god, I need to make sure I have energy. Alright, anyways, so do this. Oh my god. Well. No, come on. I died too. This abyss is so fun. I love this. I'm so glad that this is what we got. Like, I remember when the original version of this abyss, before it changed in beta, or before it didn't even change in beta. I think it changed after beta. We used to have triple Kenkis in the second side instead of the chicken, and then this abyss didn't have the stupid Wayab. Like, the transition from the stupid shields on the Lectors into the Wayab is such a freaking annoying combo. Like, because the Wayab punishes you for not having your bursts up on teams that are burst reliant, right? Like this one. And it's a lot of teams in the game. And then, so there's this weird effect where like this team is really good at shredding the Lector shields. But then it's hyper punished transitioning into the Wayab. For it's punished for clearing the shield so fast, right? Which is such a lame feeling, like end game challenge, right? In my opinion. And the original version of this abyss stopped with the Lectors, right? It was the Lectors, and then it was a much harder second chamber with the triple Kenkis. Yes, and Fab doesn't proc, exactly, right? It's the problem with the shields, and you don't get Fab, so it's just way harder to get your energy back on any team that's burst reliant, and you're probably using Fab on teams that are burst reliant. Ugh. Oh, bad. Oop. Just a little bit far away. See if we can do it this time. You know what? Let's try to save Farazan's burst. And you know what? Save. Oh god, that's not ideal. I didn't expect to kill that. All right. I didn't get it. No. This annoys me so much. Like if I got Farazan burst and I got Frina burst, I just didn't do it fast enough. Because I greeted and I wanted the particles for Cloud Retainer, but I didn't need the particles for Cloud Retainer. I just need to get 2 bursts. I think that was the correct approach. I think, but ugh, it's so annoying. Didn't crit. Nice. Did I not crit again? How am I critting so inconsistently? Like why is the drain timing so bad? Like I feel like I should be getting more crits than I am. Like she has 85% crit rate when MH stacks are going, and like I guess I'm being unlucky in that maybe I only have 1 MH stack by the time that, because like it's how many instances of drain happen. Like, I can't. It's hard to watch this when I'm actually doing combat. But like, how many instances of Freena's drain happens? When, and I can probably delay it and try to like mitigate this a little bit by maybe delaying, like changing when I cast Freena's skill. So I can do burst first and then skill maybe, and change the timing of Farina's drain so that because if all 3 of Farina's summons attack between Shan Yun's burst animation and Shan Yun first plunge hitting, I should have the full crit rate buff and be at like 85% crit rate, right? So, anyways, I didn't do that. Oops. So let's try that though. Let's try delaying it slightly. I didn't crit again. Oh my god. I didn't even get it. Save 1 Shan Yun skill. I know I made that mistake. I'm aware. Thank you. No, Farina, stop it. I actually need to not kill it. Oh god. Okay. Now. How did I do that poorly when I had 3 bursts? What? Oh my god. Whatever, I give up. I give up on this chamber. I hate this chamber. I want this abyss gone. It's so unfun. Ohio, please add auto endgame combat. So, if you want to add cringe abysses, you can do cringe abysses.
Have fun with this gift.
And
Here to mess with. Strike a pose.
we can at least have fun in combat elsewhere.
Time to shine. Stronger. Yeah. Got her. Yeah.
I didn't want to have to Cloud Retainer burst, but I might have to. I've given up on this chamber. I didn't want to... I wanted to at least have my burst at the start. But I apparently... hate the way up. I'm glad Tars isn't watching, because if Tars was watching right now, he'd be like, just to learn how to attack at the perfect frame. This is me just making fun of Tars. He's just my friend. I'm allowed to do this. Just to learn to attack. I can do this in general, to be clear. Learn to attack at the perfect frame, right when it lowers its wings, and you can stagger it. So if you trigger Electro Charge right when it lowers its rings, you can make sure it never goes into its shield phase. That's what Tars would be like. That's what Tars would be like. sorry, Tars, if you're watching. That's what Tars feels like sometimes, though. It's like, Tars, I think you underestimate how specific of an interaction that is. And how annoying it is to do at the right timings. I just separated them. Whatever, I don't even care anymore. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Actually, I need you to spawn your thing. There we go. Alright. Now, don't kill me for the love of everything. Oh my god, my HP is like... Stop! Oh my god.
Dare to mess with me? Control breathing.
Can I use my hitter? We're still not close enough together. I hate everything. I'm not doing this side of Abyss. I wanted to fight the this and this with the team. I can't with that chamber. I actually just can't with that chamber though. Whatever. We'll just use this stupid side. Like I wanted to do an estimation of what we're going to see without 75% plunge bonus, and we've seen the damage we get. I can't. I cannot with that chamber right now. Just so whatever. We'll just do the side that they want to give a plunge bonus on anyways. Even though it's like actively a less interesting side to play with this specific team. Because of the other enemy mechanics on this side, whatever. This is such not fun Abyss, man. Can you, Mohio, just add more goddamn content to your game? Your combat in this game is wonderful. It's an amazing combat system. I just can't have fun with it half the time because this is the only end game you have that's actually... Yeah, the next one should be more fun, at least. I don't think the next one... Like, to be clear, I think a lot of people might struggle in more ways for the next one. Because they undervalue Chevruse. But, you know, we'll see. The next one does not have Lecter into Wayob setup. It does have a Wayob, but not Lecter into what is the setup again? I forgot. It's some not Wayob enemy into a Wayob. Or not, some not Lecter enemy into Wayob, if I recall. Or is it a Lecter into Wayob? I don't think it is, because I think Lecters are in the first chamber and the Wayob is in the second chamber. But anyways. Chevy's great. You have to have C2 or C3. I played Chevy without C6 for 8 months to great success. And most of the strong Chevy teams I played cleared just fine without C6. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sick of harping on the fact that Chevruse does not need her C6. Yes, C6 is strong. Does not mean you need it. She does the vast majority of the value she does for Chevruse teams and her base kit. So, yeah. He said C2, not C6. I know that. Are you talking to them in chat? I don't know. What is C0? She does the vast majority of the value she gives at C0. There's some nice additional value from her constellations, giving her additional pyro application, which can help you for shield breaking situations, which is a common circumstance. Like it can help significantly having a C2, C4 Chevruse like against the 5.3 Abyss with the cryo shield. Like lady boss that spawned 500 different enemies with cryo shields. Like Chevruse burst plus Chevruse 3 skills could, if you lined it up well, could like on its own destroy those shields. Let alone your other pyro units. But the biggest factor that people don't realize that determines how good Chevruse is Chevruse's value is dependent on your conjunction of your off-fielder's value. If you have a shit arse official or only a C0 official with a bad build, you know, your Chevruse team option is going to feel worse, right? If you're bad at playing the game and have to use a shielder with every Chevruse team instead of, you know, a compelling buffer, your Chevruse teams are going to feel worse. It's not to say Beto's a bad option, to be clear, but like Chevruse scales not only with what on-fielders that are relevant with her, but also with what options for off-fielders you have. So if you're playing Pyro on-field DPSs, you're going to want options for Electro off-field DPSs to pair with them. You're playing a Pyro and you're playing an Electro on-field DPS, you're going to want Pyro off-fielders to pair with them. And Eon-San, though, has helped greatly buffer options. Mawika has made for many more Chevruse team options. Pyro Traveler is made for more team options. So, like, I don't know, Chevruse teams have been getting more and more options this last year, particularly for off-field Pyro units. But we are still a little bit lacking in options other than official for off-field Electro. Auron is nice, but Auron's kit partially doesn't work perfectly for Chevruse teams unless you're playing with a Natlan unit, right? So he's definitely not ideal as an off-field Electro, but he is an option. So yeah. Anyways, that's the actual problem with Chevruse and your ability maybe to use Chevruse on an account is what is your investment into not just a particular on-fielder, but the whole conjunction of what makes a Chevruse team work, which is notably, so if you're playing Arlecchino, your official quality is a meaningful factor, in my opinion, your official build quality. But yeah, anywho's, blap, whoops. Testing on the event, but not getting any of the buffs. I think we just did teams earlier that didn't get any of the buffs, if I recall. Yes, Yai is a very good option, but you don't need Yai. Yai is a very nice. You know what is a stupid thing? Like, how little they rerun Fischl, I think, means that like Yai is the relevance of Chevruse teams and how little they rerun Fischl means Yai might be a weirdly more valuable unit just because of the fact that they refuse to rerun Fischl. Like, there's a not small amount of people that just have like a C0 official because they got like one copy to the shop or whatever. So, I don't know. It's a weird problem. It's hard for me to think about because when I started playing, there was plenty of banners that I was able to get official copies on that it never had to be a concern for me, right? I just got C6 official relatively quickly. But now there's so many more 4-stars in the game. And they rerun her so little, which is insane because... Oops. Which is insane because of how relevant she is, but yeah.
Reconstitute. This will brighten up the place. Loaded.
Oh yeah, having tested, by the way, this team more with Eon-San versus Shilonen. I definitely like Shilonen still more in this team. But I do think if I didn't have Shilonen's signature weapon, C2 I don't think really matters that much. You know, it's fine, I guess. If I didn't have Shilonen's signature weapon, I don't think I would feel that way. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Oh, he was already almost dead. I didn't need to care about that. The reason I was cared about grouping was when I Emily burst. It's nice to have them grouped together. You can clear the electro shield faster, but that was not actually the problem.
Time to test the ball. Burn it down.
Of course.
Neutralize.
This team literally takes like an extra,
Ready.
like, 5-10 seconds to clear just because that happens all the time. Whoop. Ow.
Bring it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I made a bungle this. No, we're fine. Yeah, that was a bad clear. This team can clear. I've gotten this team, before I had the better chlorine build, down to like an 8-minute, 40-second clear, but it's, God, it's really, it's the way of optimization. It's really annoying to optimize. So.
Care for a dance? Dance with me.
But that team is not very burst reliant, so it's quite easy to clear with that team. Hence why I defaulted to using it. Why did whatever. I think if I optimized this, I could probably have one rotated this, but I just gave up. I'm not gonna clear the way upside just to try to one rotate this. Especially when I keep not landing my crits on my first plunge. Wow. Emily and this team needs so much ER without Sig. Yeah, you just don't. It's fine. Don't build her to burst every rotation without her signature. Unless you're doing something weird like a catch emblem build. If you're doing something like a catch emblem build, it might unironically be fine. But I only really think a catch emblem build on Emily makes sense if you're using Emily in AoE situations. So, yeah, just you do what you do if you don't have enough energy to burst consistently. You burst every other rotation. And I would argue that if you're not building extra energy on Emily for a team like this, even with her signature, like I have 140 ER on her for a reason. If you have like 110 ER on Emily with her signature, you still have to burst every other rotation in this team. So, yeah, Inazuma weapon. The Inazuma weapon is not very good on Emily. It's a pretty cope option. Not having a bad main stat is a very bad thing. Like it's a significant damage downgrade. I would unironically rather use Fab, I think. But you know, if you don't have Fab, is the Inazuma craftable a shite version of Fab for her? Kind of, yeah. It's okay. It's not terrible. For damage value, it might arguably be better than Fab, but I don't know. The energy value of Fab is stronger, especially if other units can take advantage of the energy. But yeah, you just here. Fine. I'll try to not do. I'll do skill this rotation. I should have started with no. We'll start with burst because normally you would have burst at the start of a chamber. I'll start with burst and then I'll do skill next rotation. I'll try to remember to do that. And it's still probably going to clear in about a minute and 20 seconds. Dang it. Okay, will not use burst this rotation. Try to simulate that. I'll do the burst this rotation. Oh, that was kind of pointless. I think I did burst last rotation. Wow, I got a better clear time than I even expected. Like, that's among the best clear times I got. It didn't really make that much of a difference. The notable difference it does make is that it does change the rotation a little bit. There was on the rotations where I didn't burst, I did have to like wait a little bit of time to like use Clarin's skill, so that might change the rotation slightly. But like it's not that different. So yeah. Rail Spear is an option too. Yeah, if I didn't have the 5-star weapon options I had for like 5-star stat sticks, and like I was completely free to play, like I would use Deathmatch most likely if I had Battle Pass, right? But if I was completely free to play, I would actually seriously consider using Royal Spear on her. I'm not even kidding. It's not that bad an option. But yeah. Nice. That is ideal. How did I not crit on that? No, actually, how did I not crit on 2 crits? Actually, how did that happen? We run one rotated anyways. But like, actually, what? How? I have 85% crit rate. Apparently, I need more crit rate on this build. What in the world? All right, maybe I should switch to... I do have a different circlet that has, like... I put the circlet on that has 20% attack instead of 8.9 crit rate. So I guess I should put on the circlet that has less attack and more crit rate. But like... Hey, crit. Yay. Oh yeah, and the notable thing, like Emily in AoE situations like this, Emily burst can absolutely help clear significantly faster. But like in single target situations, Emily burst is not nearly as important. But Emily, like heavily signature weapon enabling burst every rotation in this kind of team isn't that important. Is kind of my point. But what can be more important, let's do this, is particularly if you're doing situations where you're trying to use Emily in the Hydro team. Can I use my skill? You're trying to use Emily with Hydro. It can being able to burst every rotation can significantly help with potential downtime problems. In her skill, like being at level 2, so her full damage on her skill. Because Hydro consuming the Pyro can make it a little bit harder. Like this team, you don't have to think at all about keeping up the level 2 skill on Emily. It has a very good balance of Pyro, Electro. You're not consuming that much of the Pyro aura, so you keep up burning without a problem. But in a team like with Farina, if you're doing some kind of shenanigans with that, which I really like doing. I like doing Emily Farina combo, but then you can have some weird variability in trying to keep up depending on like the Hydro application timings with Farina's weird application. You can have some problems keeping up the level 2 skill, and that's where I'd say the burst tends to help a little bit more consistently, even in a single target scenario. Otherwise, it's just like it's AoE and weird Hydro scenarios that I think is most valuable, and I very much prefer having the ability to do it because I also prefer rotations in general where I can just burst every rotation. Like it does make her feel meaningfully different to play and make her be able to get faster rotations. The faster rotations is one of the most notable factors that actually makes her... I'm going to do a little bit of these. I don't know how many I have to do necessarily. So let's do that. It does just make her feel quite a lot better to use. Like, I'm not trying to undervalue the signature weapon. I'm just trying to say, you don't have to burst every rotation on Emily for her to be a good character. Oh crap, that was dumb. I wasted a potential stack of the 40% buff doing that. I want to do a normal plunge first. Wow, that boss still takes quite a long time. I mean, like, functionally that was 2 rotations, to be clear. But it's just the mechanics. Yeah, wow. Alright, there you go. So, DPS Cloud Retainer, did that feel that much stronger, really, than Kagura's Verity, though? I don't feel like I have to. You can go watch the video, I guess, if you want to compare what that clear was like versus when I use Kagura's Verity in my Shunyun video. If you really need that direct comparison, I don't think I have to do that right now. It's definitely better. I know from the damage calcs I did before, in my case, is it actually better though? Better enough where it's like, oh wow, this feels like the character got a significant damage upgrade. It's increasing my clear times. Not really, but that's just because I think C2 has more of an effect than this weapon does. For DPS Cloud Retainer. So yeah, and if I wanted to truly take advantage of this, I definitely should have swapped to this circlet. Lose 1 ER roll should be fine. I don't think I would have energy problems, I think. And going up to 94% crit rate, I think it's 94. Again, single target. Yeah, 94% crit rate in single target would have probably been meaningfully more consistent. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I will try DPS Shun Unit on the new Plunge set eventually. But I suspect my MH artifacts will probably basically forever be better. It is possible, though, that particularly if you're willing to optimize around crit RNG, the Plunge set could be better because she can... I don't know if it's worth it necessarily to do weird setups, so the Plunge set, right, is kind of goofy. So one, especially the conjunction of the Plunge set plus Varesas weapon on DPS Cloud Retainer, right? Because Varesas weapon makes it so that you want to do... So what I was doing, right? Whenever you use a plunging attack, you get the crit damage buff. So all of her plunge hits will have this 28%. But then the second part is whenever you use an elemental skill or burst. So with a C1 Cloud Retainer, the idea was like use her burst, do a normal plunge, because that'll have the 40% after her burst. And then when I do her skills, because it's using an elemental skill, we'll get the 40% as well. So basically 3 out of 8 of the total plunges, including the 2 skills, which are the highest damage hits, will have the 40% crit damage buff up, right? That's pretty good. On top of just the base stats being better than any other option for her, or being better than Kagura's, with the crit fishing maybe notwithstanding. But if we add in with that, so that makes, right, her combo being burst, normal plunge, skill plunge, skill plunge. Although it's also worth mentioning, though, you don't actually get 2 skills because it's 12-second cooldown. So some rotations will technically only get 1, but at this investment level, it's functionally just like a lot more front-loaded damage. And you could save it for a particular rotation if need be, to optimize your clear times with this high of investment. But if it's a lower investment DPS Cloud Retainer, C1 isn't the same as getting 2 skills every rotation. I want to emphasize that. But the Plunge set, right? The Plunge set has different wording from the Varesas artifact, or sorry, Varesas weapon. So, where is it? Oh, I don't have any flowers. Duh, derp. So plunging bonus, yep. After the equipping character's plunging attack, charge attack, elemental skill hits an opponent, they will gain 1 to 2 stacks of Radiance Everlasting. So notably, this means if we do the same combo without changing anything at all, so we're doing like I was doing with Varesas weapon, I do burst and then do a plunge. I will have 0 stacks in the first plunge, right? Which is kind of awkward, especially because that first plunge is one of the ones that has 40% crit damage. So I kind of feel like this artifact set and Varesas weapon are in conflict with each other on DPS Cloud Retainer just because of that one alone. From the second plunge, though, so that first plunge, though, right, you'll have a plunge that hits. That'll give you 1 stack. And then using her elemental skill does a little bit of damage when you're like pressing E. So as long as you're near enemies when you press E, we'll get 2 stacks. So the next one should have 2 stacks. Should have 3 stacks. So basically from the second plunge onward, it might be enough damage bonus that it's just better still. But there is a weird anti-synergy with her weapon, and the weapon wanting a weird attack combo that the Plunge artifact set is in conflict with. it could be valuable to do something like do a charge attack to get 2 stacks on the first one as well. But I don't know. My suspicion is the plunge artifact set will be kind of on her. But maybe it's but in particular, I think the plunge artifact set might be more worth considering, not with Varesas' weapon, but more with something like Lost Prayers, right? Because if you have a crit rate weapon, it's more likely that, you know, your stats you have on Martial Say Hunter, if you don't have really heavy crit damage, attack percent, substats, whatever, depending on what your MH artifacts look like, maybe then, because of having a crit rate weapon, you get pushed towards using the plunge artifact set. My overall vibe. So yeah, I will try it in the future, but I suspect I won't enjoy it over MH, even with some of the problems I had with 4-piece MH there, where it seemed like I wasn't getting the stacks very quickly. But I think it was just a conjunction of being slightly unlucky and the fact that I wasn't using the build I now have on her that's higher crit rate. So Tesla Coil, can you stop? This is your one warning. You are going to get timed out. Oh, never mind. Someone else already timed them out. Thank you. Hopefully you didn't get banned. I'm assuming you didn't get banned. Just a timeout would be fine. No, I didn't test Pavilion. Pavilion. I don't think I have any. Do I have any? No, I don't have any. Pavilion giving 40% plunge bonus. It's 55% damage bonus basically. Again, I think with Lost Prayers maybe, I would almost guarantee that MH is better though than it, generally speaking. Like she doesn't ascend with crit, right? I think it's, even with Lost Prayers, it's relatively rare that you would have a circumstance where it didn't make sense to use MH, I feel like. I mean, I guess if you're trying to do DPS Cloud Retainer without Farina in particular, there's maybe a reason to consider it more. But I don't know. I would only like bother trying this if you, for some reason, have a bunch of these artifacts already because of farming that domain for whatever reason, or farming it for what's her bucket. So yeah. If plunging, why not use the Varesas set? I literally just talked about it for 5 minutes. You probably just joined J-Strike or joined back or something. I literally just talked about that for 5 minutes and the weird problems with it. And like, it might be better, but the first plunge will not have much of the buff up and might require doing awkward things with the charge attack to get value out of it. I don't know. It's kind of goofy. I don't think I will care. Like, I don't know. Not in my case. And in the case of like DPS Cloud Retainer, by the way, while I can very easily turn off C2 Cloud Retainer for supportive utility for other characters by just putting on a low base attack weapon, I can't really turn off DPS Cloud Retainer with, I can't turn off C2 with DPS Cloud Retainer, right? Because DPS Cloud Retainer requires like putting her on a level actual good weapon, right? So it's nowhere near as easy to turn off C2 Cloud Retainer for DPS Cloud Retainer, and therefore for me, my investment level is such that I don't think I'm ever going to bother using her on something other than Martial Say Hunter. With the only other reason to not do MH is because like I just want to leave her on like a permanent DPS build, but I don't think I'm ever going to leave her on a permanent DPS build because I use her for supportive utility, right? I'm always going to have to swap this character's artifacts around, so there's no value to me to having like a permanent set that I just leave on her for DPSing when I'm always going to be switching her around. So, and speaking of, we're going to go put her back to Vivi. Do, 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 do. Bam. There we go. Wait. Bam. Wait. No, that's not correct. I think this was the correct piece. Yeah, there we go. Bam. Fixed. Perfect. Alright. Try Vermilion. I don't have Vermilion. I tend not to farm that much of the really bad artifact domains. By really bad, I mean the really resonant, inefficient domains. Yeah, you know what? One thing I didn't try, by the way. It's okay. Actually, sorry. Before we're done with DPS Cloud Retainer, we have to try. We do have to try. I didn't think about that. I do DPS Lanyon on VV, not because it's necessarily the best way to see the most damage from her, because it's a nice universal option, and I have very good VV pieces. What if I give my VV pieces to Cloud Retainer? I did not consider that. I did not consider DPS Cloud Retainer on VV. The only problem is I don't really have a crit damage circlet. Oh, I do have a crit damage circlet. Let's see what her stats look like first without, because I don't think it's the end of the world to use an attack goblet on her. I can just yoink my attack goblet from Lanyon. But it's not ideal. She definitely prefers. I have tested an Animo Goblet versus Attack Goblet on DPS Cloud Retainer, and she prefers Animo Goblet, but it's not necessarily so crazy that's like, oh my god, it's dysfunctional. Blap. Oh wait, no, I have to do a crit rate circlet anyways, right? I'm stupid. So, because because we're using a crit damage weapon. So I have to use this anyways, which means, yeah, okay. Never mind. Swap back to that. Wait, what? Alright. Oh, I didn't actually swap in the first place. Okay. Wait. Where is it? Oh, it's because it's on the top. Derp. Blap. Okay. Alright. Yeah, there we go. VV. DPS VV. So, 10% less crit rate than I had before. Less crit damage. But, still gonna be strong. I'm not gonna do the second half. I'm just gonna do the first chamber until the shield phase. It'll be good enough. And I think what we're going to see here is that it's basically going to look the same. And the reason for that will be because breakpoints matter. And regardless of the exact build we use on her, it's probably not that hard to reach the breakpoint of dealing with these enemies or getting to the shield phase in one rotation in this context. Didn't crit. I think I didn't crit twice in a row. Wow. 70% crit rate. I could have done that better. Okay. I think I got unlucky with crit in there. Let's try again. I think it's worse. But is it that much worse? Crit, please. I forgot to skill. Case in point. Played a little bit better. I positioned better with the lectors. It's basically the same. It's basically the same. Point being, the Cloud Retainer is definitely, DPS Cloud Retainer is definitely a stats over set bonuses situation, but that tends to be the case for most characters in the game. And particularly, it's one of the privileges of having a crit weapon and having just good amounts of crit substats means that, like, the relative value of, like, the sets that I think the main value is something like, Martial Slay Hunter, Obsidian Codex, is how easy it makes building characters. Not like, yes, it's the best sets on paper because of how valuable crit is, but, like, on paper doesn't factor the fact that, you redo an attempt because you got unlucky critting on the first 3 hits like I did there initially, right? That is not something that shows up in a spreadsheet. So, like, anyways, C6 AW gameplay is not C6 Cloud Retainer. You should use this as evidence of why you should not go for C6 Cloud Retainer if you are, like, you do not need C6 Cloud Retainer at all to DPS her. And she's actually a quite good DPS at C0. But anyways, two-piece attack. Guys, two-piece attack will just be slightly better than Vivi for her damage. It'll technically make Farina's damage a little bit worse, but Farina's damage contribution relative to Shan Yun's damage contribution in this team is so low that the buff of Vivi for Farina doesn't really matter that much. So a two-piece attack would just be a little bit better. Try two-piece Hydra damage bonus. I mean, look, if you want me to try something funny, we could try Rainbow. I'm willing to try Rainbow. I just saw E spam. Ah, yeah. We can try Rainbow build. No relevant sets. Just substats. I'm down with trying that. That's gonna be kind of funky. We'll keep the goblet on. We can keep the timepiece too, probably. And we can keep these two pieces. And then for a circlet, let's do crit rate, crit damage. Yeah, maybe we yoink that. Well, no, let's yoink the Arlecchino piece. Yeah, the Arlecchino piece is going to be better. Yoink the... Nope, not that. Yoink the Arlecchino piece. Alright. And then... Yeah, I think this is the best piece I have still for attack time piece. I don't have any attack time piece that has higher crit damage than this, but we'll see what our actual crit rate ends up being like. I think to address the crit rate, actually, we can yoink the eye piece. And then just put maybe the highest crit damage feather I have. Not that, though. Yeah, this. Ah, frick, no, that's two-piece gladiator. Crap, I can't do two-piece gladiator. I need to have no set bonus. Okay, yeah, I guess, what does this look like? No set bonus. 71, 224. There we go. Theoretically, this is going to be very similar to what the VV build was like. It'll be fine. I don't think it'll be that much better, because it wasn't really that much better of a build. That's just because that just shows you how ridiculous I should break the shield. That just shows you how ridiculous my VV artifacts were, by the way. The fact that I could do full 4-piece VV and doing a full rainbow build with like some of my most cracked artifacts is barely any better. Ugh. Wow, it's the same. Crazy. All right, there you go. So yeah, it barely matters. So one point is like, what at this investment level, what is the point of all the discourse of the artifact sets? It basically doesn't matter. What pushed you to farm VV crit in the first place? I didn't. I'm not kidding. Okay, it's not that I didn't at all. I just have strongbox a lot of VV and farmed the domain. I farmed the domain a little bit early on the account because getting VV piece is good. VV wasn't in the strongbox when I started playing, right? I had to farm it a little bit, and I had Shao, so like it was a good two-piece artifact. But I didn't get that good of artifacts earlier on for two-piece. I just got some. I think this is the oldest. Like as far as crit rate, crit damage, VV pieces goes, I think this is the oldest one in the account. And this one is not that one. Whatever. This one is no. What? Where is it? What? Wait. What? Oh, what? Where is it? Oh, right there. There we go. Frick. This one is relatively old too, so like I had that two-piece on Shao for quite some time, but let's see. this piece I got relatively recently, and this piece I got relatively recently. And that was a circumstance of technically I was farming a little bit of VV for DPS pieces. And the reason I was doing that was for Chaska, because I knew my brother had pretty decent VV crit artifacts for a Chaska build on his account. And when I made the Chaska video on VV with like EM, I was like, wait, this is just really good. And then I realized later, oh wait, I think it's just because VV is really good on Chaska, not necessarily because the EM build was that good. And I tried like a normal style Chaska build with like attack, crit, right? And I was just like, yep, VV Chaska is just extremely good, like actually better than Codex with an optimized build. And basically almost assuredly universally better than the Codex if you're running a crit rate weapon on her. So if you're running like Skyward Harp on her. And the case of getting this onset goblet, which originally was using on Chaska and then Lanian came out, right? And this timepiece was a pure situation of absolute stupid dumb luck. Because for like maybe 4 or 5 days, I think I farmed VV in the domain, and then I strongbox pieces in to try, and the goal was to get something that was like usable. The goal was to get something usable for a DPS build on Chaska, so that I could like decently compare it to Codex, because I was pretty confident that just a usable VV build was going to be better than even a good Codex build, or equivalent. And instead, the game's like, LOL, how about have some of the best artifacts you've ever gotten? Here, have a double crit attack percent onset goblet for Chaska or Lanyan in the future, which I didn't know at the time. And then LOL, have the perfect timepiece, nearly perfect. And then I was able to use an offset circlet. I was like, oh. Okay. And this I had for a while too. So like, the feather flower and the circlet never were intentionally farming for VV or VV crit pieces. Those were just a side effect of farming EM pieces and wanting some ER substats for various characters, and farming a little bit of maidens after like Farina's release, because maidens became a more relevant set after Farina release. So anyways, Arlecchino Plunge 1 run. Okay, fine, sure. We can do Arlecchino Plunge 1 run. Let me fix my Cloud Retainer build. So, yeah, that's the story of my VV artifacts, which is a silly story. But that is the story. Okay, I think everyone is fine. Back to normal, other than weapon. Plant. Alright, perfect. And make sure Yai is fine. Yep, Yai is fine. Kino, I think was the other one we stole from. Yep, you're fine. And what about Lanyan? Yep, you're fine. Alright, cool. Everything's good. Alright. Did you use the 4-star weapons for XP? Yup. Yups, I did. And it was worth it, because I actually had the XP to level everything. I had the XP to level that and Chlorine's weapon, because of throwing away 4-star weapons is crazy. When I thought I was like out of XP and I wasn't going to be able to level Varesas' weapon for like a month. Just by throwing away a bunch of 4-star weapons that I was conservative with it. I only threw away the ones that I was like very confident I would not need. Maybe I'll regret it in the future, but I find it highly unlikely. But yeah, and the lesson from that is not you should throw away all your 4-star weapons. The lesson from that is you should wish less on weapon banner than I do, so you don't have the resource problem to have to consider throwing away weapons. All right. Plunge. Sure, we'll the plunge Arlecchino. I don't know. Plunge melt maybe. I guess. Sure. Wait, I should probably do Eon Son or Bennett instead of Shalodin. Well, too late now. I didn't do a skill on Cloud Retainer. Also, yes, I didn't bother doing VB. I hate this enemy so much. I I hate this abyss for testing anything. It's so annoying. We're gonna use Eons on. Why is Xylo so late? Because I have instructors on her. But I think we're gonna do Eons on instead. And oh well, we're just gonna have 2 scroll users. I'll do Shalon or her into Eons on into her into oh man the bird yeah it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe I should I'll just do Bennett instead actually. Don't have to worry about it. Also get VB now.
Gray clouds converge. Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Wow. There you go. There you go. That's with the white tassel. Did you know that C2 Cloud Retainer makes you get really big plunge numbers? What's kind of funny is like if I'm actually optimizing the build around that. Wait, is the plunge set is charge attack hitting, right? Right. But anyways, even without like this was with gladiators on, right? That did not do anything for the plunge damage, and also with my tassel. And also don't forget that she doesn't get any Mask of Red Death bonus for her plunge damage. Her Mask of Red Death only increases her normal attacks. So that was basically just all C2 Cloud Retainer and LOL Melt Go Burr. I must admit I did not actually expect it to be that much damage, especially without trying to change the build around it. If I changed the build around it, it unironically might be better for me to technically do Plunge Arlecchino than doing normal Arlecchino, even with a C1 Arlecchino, which is hilarious, honestly. I'm not going to, because that's just less interesting gameplay to me than I think doing Arlecchino's normal gameplay. But yeah, real quick, what was the Plunge set again? After charge attack hits. Okay. Shoot. If it was charge attack use, then it would have been maybe interesting to actually consider doing this. But there's another interesting aspect in that Arlecchino's skill, as long as if you switch back to her when she's on field, this blood debt directive damage should trigger 1 stack or 2 stacks of the buff. And then it's possible you might be able to let the charge attack actually contact and still get your melts. I don't know for sure though. It might change the setup a little bit. This set might actually work on Arlecchino decently well is my point. But it also is probably going to be a bit sus at the same time. So I don't know. Anyways, point being, I guess, is that yeah, C2 Cloud Retainer makes Plunge Arlecchino. C2 R1 Cloud Retainer, what it's worth. R1 was doing something as well. Also, notably, this is not worth forgetting, I do have Sitlolly's signature weapon, and in the case of plunging, the damage bonus is definitely going more. This plunge bonus, or for the way the Cloud Retainer buff works, right? The attack percent that you would get from TTDS is going to do much less than this damage bonus would do with Cloud Retainer as well. So that's part of the factor as well. But I don't know. It is funny to me that on my account, it might mean that Plunge Cloud Retainer is better than... Or, sorry, Plunge Arlecchino might be better than... than normal Arlecchino. Might. Anyways, Plunge Farazon. No, I'll pass. I'm sorry. I don't really want to do Plunge bow DPSing. I will try. Okay, good. You're still on 2-piece. 2-piece. Sick. Well, actually, less sick, but hey. She won't miss a crit. Where did all your crit damage go, though, actually? You used to have more crit damage than this. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, I gave it to Kirara. Actually, I kind of want to keep Kirara on her build, though. I do kind of like having Kirara on a permanent build. The problem is Kirara also is yoinking Raiden's artifact right now. So, you know what? It's fine. We'll figure out Kirara in the future. Need more emblem pieces of all things. Oh well. Navia. Not that. Switch back to this. There we go. That's what I had her on before. Yep. Okay. Let's do a plunge Navia. This is not Varesas weapon testing, by the way. I meant to. We need to go test Lisa. You're distracting me. You're distracting me. We're doing it anyways. You. And I wonder if Eonson is better here than Bennett. That's actually an interesting question. You're not getting damage bonus like you are from... What's her bucket, right? Also possible Shalonen is better in my case, because I have C2 Shalonen. But that's a kind of a weird factor. Alright, well, screw it. Let's test it. We'll just do Bennett for simplicity, I think. But I think Eonson has the possibility of being better because I have... Yeah, you know, screw it. We're going to do Eonson. Why not? I think Eonson has the possibility of being better because I have C6 Eonson for Plunge Navia. Do like Navia burst into Farina. Do we do Cloud Retainer before or after? I think we do Cloud Retainer before. All right. Oh, I missed. Not critting. Why is Navia a character? I should have left her at 95% crit rate, apparently. Like like, are you serious? Why is Navia a character with 85% crit rate that feels like she has 50% crit rate? Like, how did she miss both crits on the two enemies with the one skill shot? That was a 0.15 times 0.15. What was the chance of that to happen? 0.15 times 0.15. That was a that was a 2% chance to happen, guys. A 2% chance to happen. What? Honestly, this is not as good as I expected it to be. Oh, now we're done with it. It works, to be clear. I'm sure there's ways I could play it better. But I don't feel like optimizing Navia. I am just curious what happens. I'm curious what happens if I do utilize my... Stop it. I use my C2 Shalonen rare circumstance of where C2 Shalonen mono geo sample things might actually be relevant. Might. We'll see. Do this into, I suppose, that. I also don't have Shalonen on scroll here, but it's fine. I don't have Shalonen on scroll and I don't have Shun Yunnan Noblesse, which is a factor. And I'm not going to do that. You don't have Geo Resonance, it's very important. Well, yeah, of course I don't have Geo Resonance in the other team. Thanks. It's part of the reason I'm testing this team. Also, I should have let stacks build up for Serpent Spine. Alright, whatever. Why'd I do that? Wow, it's better than using attack buffer. Interesting. That's cool. Cool. It's better than using attack buffer. Obviously, none of those were good play, but that was obviously the better variant. There you go. Whale investment for most people. Not that it's impossible to acquire without spending money, but like whale investment for most people of Cloud Retainer C2 with signature weapon plus Shallonen C2 with signature weapon equals more damage than with an attack buffer. Kind of interesting, I guess. Anyways, I want to test Lisa. Lisa's the last really interesting one. Actually, wait. Sorry. I will show Yai Plunge quick. What I was talking about with the eye plunge earlier, where Varesas' weapon like is a damage upgrade, but not a significant enough one for me to really care that much about. Reverse melt plunge Charl? Who is Charl? Are you to mean like Sit Lolly? Who is Charl? Arlecchino with no attack buffer. I mean, yeah, I could do Shallonen, but Shallonen is a buffing attack with C2. Charlotte. Charlotte, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, we can maybe try Charlotte. Charlotte might be interesting. But yeah, Charlotte is like any so the point of demonstrating this yacht with Yai here though is that I think any catalyst unit, if you're doing plunge shenanigans, Varesas' weapon is the best weapon for. But not necessarily to a crazy degree. And someone like Charlotte in particular could take advantage of all of the Widzith buffs to some degree, and so could Yai. So like, I'm not going to say that this means it's worth pulling for if you want to do plunge shenanigans, but if there's a particular catalyst unit that you really like doing plunge DPSing with, maybe it is worth it. So, I don't know. You're going to have to decide for yourself with your resources. This is without Varesas weapon. I forgot to, whatever, don't worry about it. It'll probably be fine. Maybe it won't be fine. I could do that better. I missed a plunge, and that would have actually got me to it. Sorry, I don't know how to spell her name. That's fine. I was just I was like, Charl? Who is Charl? Alright, actually swirl this time. Whoa, what am I doing? Good job, Rain. Here, I think this actually makes sense because we'll get an AoE swirl. Yeah, right. So you see, we didn't know how to use a burst, right? We clear in we get to the shield phase in a rotation. So will it be meaningfully faster to do Varesas weapon? And I'm not gonna faff about with trying to do a skill. Well, maybe we will a little bit. I don't know. I will in the future, but like I did a little bit of like faffing about because you could like use a skill in between some of your plunges to get more plunges to have the 40% crit damage buff, like maybe 2 more of them. But it's really awkward to do that. I don't like it. So I don't know. It's like niche tech you can do if you're a dedicated plunge Yai enthusiast. But I think what you're gonna see here is that, you know, again, with C2 Cloud Retainer, at least, I don't notice the difference that much of Vivid Notions. And also C2 Cloud Retainer makes Vivid Notions even slightly better because of the value of the crit for scaling Cloud Retainer's buff. But anyways, so nothing changed, right? Exact same build, just different weapon. Why am I brain struggling? There we go. You. Like, you get the point, I think, right? Breakpoints matter. It's the same. It's basically the same. So, yeah. When you have high enough investment in some form from the team, right? It's like, and to be clear, I'll probably do a little bit more testing by turning off C2. You know, I guess screw it. We can try that right now. Why not? Why not? Let's try that since I haven't done that yet. We can turn off C2 Cloud Retainer by doing this. Bap. There we go. So she has more than half, about half the attack value that she had before, with a level 25 Fav, which, because of the fact that C2 doubles her buff value based on her attack, having her attack is functionally the same as turning off C2, or close to it. Close enough to it, it won't matter. So, let's see what happens now with Kagura's versus whatever. Blap. If I had to guess, it's more likely that it will seem like it. Oops. It's more likely. We could test the Eons on too, but I like the way that the Auron variant plays a little bit more. Especially now that I have C6 Auron giving 30% attack. It's more likely that, and by the way, so like I have Elegy Auron, so Elegy Auron is giving a total of, with C6 now, is giving like 60% attack. Sorry, 50% attack, 100 EM, which is benefiting Yai's skill damage in particular, and electrocharge damage. So like, the buffing value of Auron in this team, in conjunction with his damage he contributes, has made it so like it's not that different from Eonson. Eonson I think is better, but it's also harder to like make Yai's burst fit in naturally. It's also harder to swirl Electro consistently with Eonson. So I have found that I like the Auron variant better, at least with a fully invested Auron. So, yeah, let's see with non-C2 Cloud Retainer. This is with Yai still on Varesas weapon, right? And we can switch back to Kagura's. I don't know, I'm pressing E too many times in there for whatever. Missed the one.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge.
I did not
Right here.
do that very well. So we can do a couple more times since that was a little inconsistent from where I positioned my burst, or my skill, or my plunges. Brain.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Plunge right here, right now. Yeah.
Show them. Emerge.
Plunge. Emerge.
Seize the skies.
I don't know if I actually got a swirl on the other one. Okay. I feel like I'm just misplaying a little bit. But it is safe to say the extra damage helps from C2 Cloud Retainer here. Go figure.
Time to say hello.
Come on now.
And I'm willing to bet that C2 Cloud Retainer is definitely doing quite a bit more than Varesas' signature weapon does. Here, do that. Here, there we go. Idea there was to save a plunge for these guys. There we go. I can still clear in like 30 or 20, a little bit more than 20 seconds, like I was with non-C2 Cloud Retainer. So now let's put on Kagura's again on Yai instead of her signature weapon and see if it's still basically the same with optimized play. So like, I don't know. I guess the story here is that in this specific context, even C2 Cloud Retainer is not that meaningful. It doesn't really help reach a new breakpoint. Like, it makes you see a lot bigger numbers on screen, but it doesn't actually result in like getting to the shield phase faster, right? So I don't know. In the longer sustained situation you have, like the tankier boss you have, like this butthole, the more I'm sure you'd notice something like C2 Cloud Retainer, of course. But yeah, So I don't know. Maybe that's the lesson. Why do any high investment things? No, I don't think that's the lesson because, you know, there's other aspects like, you know, how high investment your artifacts are and whatever. That all affect the relative scaling of these different things, right? But, not really worse since it's with Elegy. Yeah, but if I didn't have Elegy Auron, I'd probably be leaning more towards Eon Son, I think. So I don't think that's that relevant of a factor because you could just use Eon Son. Wait, did I switch the weapon? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, you had to use an extra skill there. I think it is a little bit more noticeable. Like, let's see if we consistently. It might have just been like missing. Oh no, we shouldn't have missed crits because we have a 99% crit rate.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Right now, right here, right now.
Let's see. I think with Kagura's, we do this instead. Don't waste a plunge. Yeah, we can still clear with Kagura's relative. It just takes a little bit of a different style of optimizing. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it's more noticeable without C2 Cloud Retainer, which is just because I think it's more likely that you notice a breakpoint difference. But with C2 Cloud Retainer amplifying the damage so much, like it's just really hard to notice the difference because you have to reach a further breakpoint in it taking like less amounts of plunges to kill enemies or get to the shield phase kind of thing, right? So next Arlecchino with no mana attack buff. What? Okay, fine. Oh, good lord. But yeah, so that's kind of like my end conclusion with like this weapon on any catalyst unit that other than Lisa that might be able to get stacks of this consistently is that this is going to be like the best weapon for plunge DPSing any catalyst unit, but not necessarily so significantly that it's like, yes, you should get this for plunge DPSing your catalyst units, right? Like it's not going to necessarily make that much of a difference, even if it is the best option for plunge DPSing catalyst units. But I also like that this is a pretty good generic static weapon. Like for what it's worth, like the eye skill damage alone, when I did like the math comparing like how much skill damage loss I have. And this was in a non-aggravate context, to be clear. I think Kagura's would be slightly better. There'd be a bigger loss from Kagura's to this weapon outside of or in aggravate context because damage bonus has more value for scaling your aggravate damage. But in like overload or electrocharge context, this is like 5% worse than Yai's signature weapon, which is not that much. So like my point is this is a pretty good generic static weapon too, which is cool. Just on the basis of the base stats of the attack percent, crit damage, and base attack. But again, doesn't mean it's worth it, especially because like in the context of like plunge DPS and things, maybe it is much better to go for extra Cloud Retainer copies because you also get extra Eon Son copies or extra Chevruse copies or extra Gaming copies that you want in going for dupes of Cloud Retainer. Or maybe you're going for the 4 stars and getting C2 Cloud Retainer would be a minor benefit if it does happen. So it's hard to say, especially with the character banner being so good right now, that this is actually worth it in any level, is my overall vibe, if you already have an invested account with other options available, right? Yes, I read chat. Anyways, sure. You want to see Arlecchino? I don't know. The point of doing plunge shenanigans was testing Varesas weapons. So I don't want to get lost doing plunge shenanigans with other characters. But fine, if you want to see no main attack buffer, I think it's just we just do Shalonen. I do have C2 Shalonen, but the frick do I do for the rotation here? I'm I'm gonna have like no VV uptime. The Bennett variant is so much better for if you're using VV on Cloud Retainer. In this team, I think you just do Noblesse on Cloud Retainer. It would be the ideal builds would be Noblesse on Cloud Retainer, Tenacity, Scroll on Sitlali, and then Petra on Shalonen. I have Instructors on Shalonen and VV on Cloud Retainer. I think I'm going to try to do Cloud Retainer first, so we at least get like one plunge that has the buff up, and then I'll do Sitlali and then Shalonen to try to get the most like Instructor uptime. Why is chat so slow with 185 watchers? It's not that slow for 185 watchers. And especially for YouTube chat, people are not as active in YouTube chat as they are on Twitch, but also, I don't know, for what it's worth. I've watched the Jeff a bit more lately. And like, when he has like 800 viewers, his chat sometimes moves at the same pace that my chat is moving at right now. Like, it just depends what's happening. People aren't always actively chatting. So, yeah. Anyways, let's see what happens here. I don't know if we actually triggered a melt there, by the way. Oh boy. That's a lot worse. Also, I just overtook with Pyro. Yeah, if you're gonna do Plunge, Cloud Retainer, use Bennett. Or if you're gonna do Plunge Arlecchino, use Bennett. That was pretty much worse. That was a lot worse. I don't know if I got scroll buff, to be clear. Like, if all the buffs were there properly, again, had Noblesse Petra going, it'd probably be more like 300k, I suspect. Because I don't think VV is actually worth it there, is my suspicion. But, you know, 300k is nowhere near like the 450k I was getting. So, yep. All right, last ones I want to check, and then I've been streaming for 3 hours. Maybe I'm not doing exploration. Man, this keeps on happening. I didn't give Shanyun her weapon back. Oh, frick. You are correct. Fine, we'll do it again. Again, I do have an attack buffer here in the form of Shalonen. C2. Like, I don't know if we can consistently trigger him out. We could try Sitlali before Cloud Retainer, but the cryo uptime is going to be sus. Ugh. And then we're not getting VV. I don't know. But VV might not matter anyways. Yeah. Okay, it's about the same. Ignoring the fact that it falls off a cliff. Ignoring the fact that it falls off a cliff after we lose VV buff. Because it was about the same with VV buff going on. So I'm 90% sure without a C2 Shalonen especially, and without C2 Cloud Retainer, well, actually, no, we can ignore the C2 Cloud Retainer factor. Without C2 Shalonen, especially, just use an attack buffer, and also an attack buffer is just going to play better and more consistently if you're actually seriously doing Plunge Arlecchino, right? Like this is just going to play far more consistently. How 400k damage? Stupid C2 Cloud Retainer things. That's why C2 Cloud Retainer and Signature Weapon on Sitlali helps a little bit. Not nearly as much as C2 Cloud Retainer does, but it helps. Did that a little bit badly, but yeah. I don't know. It's funny. It's a funny gimmick thing to do. I don't know. And you get to see Arlecchino's fancy blood dark red plunges. So, anyways, what I want to try though is I don't know. Do we really need to do Charlotte? Someone said they wanted to see Charlotte, and like I don't know. Charlotte should work fine. It would just be like Cloud Retainer. Oh, who do you do as off-field pyro? I wonder, is Muika enough? You need to have off-field pyro, but you know, do like Cloud Retainer, Muika, and then Bennett or Eon Sun, probably, right? Probably Bennett. Well, no, I think Eon Sun might actually be better, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so you could do burning, but anyways, it should work. I don't think you would have to do burning to keep up the actually, I don't know, maybe the problem is Charlotte's burst might F with things. This is a team where you probably don't want to use Charlotte's burst. Although maybe you can start a rotation with Charlotte's burst to melt it with Muika's burst, which yay. In this case, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I want to configure Charlotte for it. That's a whole lot of equipping that I have to do. Especially because I don't know what artifacts I'd need to use. It's not a Freena team, so I'd have to use... yeah, I don't want to, I'm sorry. It'll work. It's going to be the best way to see the biggest number possible, for sure, from Charlotte. If I had to guess, you know what? I will give that I will... Here, she has 36% crit rate on 170 crit damage on Widza still. We can at least see one crit. I will at least give that I will try to do this to see one crit, but I'm not going to try to change her build and optimize this. See what happens. So we'll do Muika into... Actually, no, we can try... Yeah, no, I'm not going to Muika burst, but you should Muika burst. You should probably do like Charlotte burst into Muika, into Cloud Retainer, into Bennett, is my suspicion, but I'm going to just not do that. Shalona or Escoffier, who's better to wish for? Who do you want more? The character who... Do you need more options for off-field DPSs, or do you need more options for generic buffers that fit in a million different teams? I think Escoffier, as it currently stands, is probably the stronger character. So... But, yeah. Why Charlotte and not Diona? But we're plunging, Diebop. We're doing plunging. Oh, I didn't put on the... Shoot, I should have at least put on the Varesas weapon. We're not doing Melt Muika. I am not playing on-field Muika. On-field Muika is banned. Okay, you know what, here, I'll at least complete the set bonus properly. Here, I don't give her this, it'll at least scale her damage somewhat. There we go. And she'll probably get some stacks, maybe, kind of. She has to take damage for it, but it'll be fine. She'll get some damage. No, I'm not forward melting, but I was simply saying that with a C0 Muika in particular, you should almost assuredly, you know, Charlotte E or Charlotte burst to melt on Muika's burst, and then do whatever. Oh, we need to try to swirl cryo somehow. Ugh. Yeah, we might be able to swirl cryo with Charlotte burst, because I can do... I don't know, we'll see what happens. I'll do EQ Charlotte into Muika E, into Cloud Retainer, and we might swirl cryo. We'll see what happens. Is Muika C6? No, why in the godforsaken hell would I get Muika C6? You think me, the person who refuses to burst on Muika, would pull Muika C6? What? I know you probably don't watch me, I guess. But like, really? I don't burst on Muika. for a better E. She doesn't even apply pyro with her stupid C6. Her C6 is garbage. It doesn't even apply pyro. It just does damage. It's so lame. Anyways, yeah, we can swirl cryo. Nice. Charlotte burst enables us to do cryo. Do cryo swirl. 150k. Wow. Look at that big Charlotte damage. Yeah, it's definitely the best. No surprise. It's definitely the best way to DPS Charlotte. That is not a surprise because her multipliers are garbage. And her multipliers are garbage, and yeah. To be clear, I think DPS Charlotte, Farina Escoffier, Charlotte, Shenhe should be pretty nice, but Farina or Charlotte's damage there is just basically going to be slightly better than what you saw in my recent Charlotte video. But if I want to do Melt Charlotte though, if I want to do Melt Charlotte, I would rather do Plunge Melt Charlotte than any other form of Melt Charlotte, I think, because melting her other hits is just not very worthwhile because her scaling is so bad that it's just not worthwhile. But yeah. Let's try Lisa, though. The reason I want to try Lisa is because I think Lisa is the other most interesting option to try this on. The question is, there's two confounding factors. So the reason Lisa is the most interesting one to try this on, I think, is quite simple. Where in the godforsaken heck is Lisa? There she is. So, I only have her talent at level 2, by the way. Sorry, level 3. I know, crazy. Which is going to matter slightly, but whatever. Not really what we're testing here. It's fine. I'm not testing a fully invested thing. But Lisa's burst does give Death Shred, so it'd be really, 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 really preferable to get this burst up. And kind of the idea is that we can do Lisa's normal thing of her press cooldown is 1 second, right? So we should be able to do like a plunge, presser skill, plunge, presser skill, at least every other, right? I don't know if it exactly will make sense to do it every one. The main thing I'm kind of curious about is whether or not, because normally if you're trying to like optimize plunge gameplay, you do a dash cancel, or a normal attack cancel if you're doing plunge on polar units. I'm curious if her tap E can cancel her plunge landing animation or not. If her tap E does not cancel her plunge animation, or plunge land, that makes it much worse. No hold skill gonna make that route for plunge. Well, the hope would be that you can use her tap E to cancel the plunge, get the full buff up on this weapon, with basically every single plunge, and get the Death Shred, and then do like a hold skill at the end of the rotation. Right? You still gonna try to get Lisa C6? Yes, I still plan to do that. So yeah. Now, what does the team look like? We could follow Varesas team format and just do this potentially. Or no, I think we just do that. Never mind. I was just like, do something else. No, I think we just do that. And then rotation's probably something like Farina into, yeah, rotation's gonna be a little awkward. Farina into Eon Son into Cloud Retainer into Lisa, do plunge, do E, do plunge, do E, do plunge, do plunge. I could, if the VV setups are really awkward for like rotation time, I think I'll use Auron, yeah. But Lisa's gonna want to do longer rotations anyway, so I kind of like the idea of doing Eon Son. We could potentially do Lisa Burst, by the way, before, and that might help actually get swirls easier without having to do a normal attack. But what we're gonna have to do here is I think we're gonna do Farina into her into Eon Son and then do a normal attack on Cloud Retainer to get swirls consistently. For VV going. Let's see what we do for Lisa build. I wonder, the real question is like, if we need to, is an ER timepiece worthwhile? Is an ER timepiece worthwhile? I don't know. We're gonna do MH, of course. So let's see. What am I doing? Put MH. Okay, I mean the one piece has this one piece has 4.5 ER, but I'll put the higher attack percent one with ER, or sorry, it doesn't have the 4.5 ER, but I'll put the higher crit rate one first. I do have an ER piece that has a bunch of attack percent. It's on Charlotte. So I don't know. I think ER wise, we're gonna try this piece. And then I think I'm gonna try this piece. And then hopefully we can use this piece. And then for Electro Goobit, got that with some ER, that with some ER, that with some ER. Yeah, I guess we should probably just take this piece, honestly. Yoink this from Yai. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. $150 ER, 2k attack, 46 crit rate before MH, of course. So we're at like 80, 82, whatever, 86 with Cloud Retainer buff up in single target. 153. I don't know if I can do much better than that. Alright. If she doesn't get her burst back with this, I'll be sad. With double Electro, 2 Favs on the team, you know. So we're gonna check quick first, without everything going. Let's see. Brain? I said without everything going. I want to see if her E cancels her plunge. Plunge landing animation. What's better for main DPS Shanyun, going for C2 or Vivid Notions? C2. But particularly if you can gain value from the 4 stars on the banner, getting 4-star constellations. For Eon Son, Gaming, or Chevruse. But the Vivid Notions is cheaper though, right? And I don't know what your existing weapon options are. If you don't have, Kagura's Verity like I do, it's probably in the neighborhood of like a 25% damage upgrade for Shanyun, for DPS Shanyun. So if you're really dedicated to it, it might be significantly cheaper to get Vivid Notions over getting C2 Cloud Retainer, such that pushes you towards Vivid Notions. You do have Yai's weapon? Okay, yeah. You can rewind the stream. I literally did a comparison to Yai's weapon. Wait, did I do a comparison to Yai's weapon? Or did I just turn off? I don't remember if I did, but I can tell you it's... Or no, sorry. I used Vivid Notions a little bit ago. So you can go rewind to when I was using Vivid Notions on DPS Cloud Retainer. I did a full clear through side 2. And I also made a video, though, with a very similar build, if not exactly the same build, on Cloud Retainer with Kagura's Verity. And it wasn't with C2 Cloud Retainer, it was not that much different. I think you might notice a difference slightly more with a non-C2 Cloud Retainer. But yeah, if you can get relevance from the 4 stars, I'd advise... Not that you need C2 to do DPS Cloud Retainer, but I think it makes more sense with the value of the 4 stars to go for Cloud Retainer C2. Alright, so here, let's do this. And just... Really? What? Why did it take so long? Alright, so normally, right, you Mm.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Interesting. I think it does cancel it. But yeah, normally dash canceling would be better, right? So if we practice a little bit of dash canceling.
Seize the sky.
So I think the E does cancel it, but it's functionally much slower than dash canceling. Because
Make way for the
because you have to wait. I think there's ending lag on the E animation before we can actually jump again. But I think this works.
closer. You're in for a little shock.
I think we can pretty easily do this. Like it's fast enough. It's basically the same speed as if you're just doing like not trying to do any cancels. You're just jumping when you can jump, right?
Seize the sky.
That's a little slower. I don't know. I don't know how much is actually worth it to do this. Spiral Abyss needs new music. Yeah. Should you go for Shalona and C1 or her weapon? No. That's my opinion on Shalona at this point.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
It's really awkward to... I think you can... It's really weird. It's really weird. But anyway, sorry. So the reason I said no is because, like... Shalona just going to get pushed out of relevance for most characters' best teams as time goes on is very clear. That is their current strategy. Shalonan's value is generic buffer, but she's slowly going to become very rarely the best option. Which means she's valuable to have at a baseline, I think. Like, it's really nice to have her as an option for a generic buffer on an account for team building options, right? But probably means it's not super relevant to invest highly in her. But if you want to get her signature, if you're going to do anything high investment with Charlotte, and signature weapon is going to be cheaper and more universally relevant. But yeah. Still going to get her. Yeah. I think Shalona is still worthwhile to get. Particularly, I've said many streams, multiple times recently. I really, really like Shalona's exploration value. So her generic exploration value is really high enough, and I don't think they're likely to replace that wall climbing ability with a better unit anytime soon. So, yeah, she's becoming very much a jack of all trades, master of none type character as they keep on releasing more characters that are stronger for a particular niche, right? But if you really want to continue using Shalonen, even with other characters that are strong in a particular niche, you know, and I guess that's the reason to invest more highly into her. But yeah, her signature weapon is much relatively cheaper to get than her C2. Her C1 is of minor relevance for combat, and of minor relevance for exploration. So her C2 is just kind of expensive, since you kind of have to get 2 copies for the effect compared to what her signature weapon is. But yeah. Is this because of a new upcoming character? I mean, she's one of the characters, but just Eon San alone already it reduces Shalona's relevance, right? It's not just that upcoming character, but yes, that upcoming character, in my opinion, is like the final nail in the coffin for that. Like that upcoming character being as strong as she is the best evidence for, like, yeah, they're just gonna release really strong characters for particular niches, although this one still is really strong outside of her niche for some godforsaken reason. And I don't know. So like Shalonen is still really, really nice to have for generic utility. I am still gonna like having her. But, I don't know. I'm going to have to make this C2 Shallonen video, and it's going to be weird to talk about all this stuff, because I don't want to talk about Escoffier for 10 minutes in the Shallonen C2 video. But, I don't know. Yes, and with Elegy on the banner, it's a much less risky weapon banner. Especially if they put a bunch of favs on the banner, not this garbage banner. For 4 stars. Especially if they put a bunch of favs on the banner, right? It could be one of the best support weapon banners of all time, with Shallonen signature weapon, Elegy, and like Fav Lance and Fav Sword. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyways, alright, let's try to actually play this. Yeah. I didn't get an Electro Swirl.
You're in for a little shock. Try not.
I didn't Cloud Retainer burst. I did the normal attack Cloud Retainer and then swapped off. Brain, are you okay? I need to go explore because I apparently can't combat anywhere.
Control breathing. Make way. Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in.
And then theoretically you could do this, flap. It's not very much damage. But I did get her burst back. I think to actually see the value in this, I definitely would need Lisa more invested. Like level 8 normal attack. Ideally level 90. Derp. Saying Escoffier would be more worthwhile. Than what? Than getting weapons? Yes, new characters is better than weapons. New characters is also better than constellations. That is always the case. If I'm making a generic recommendation to anyone without knowing that you very specifically adore this one specific team and only care about this one specific team and making this one specific team stronger, then the generic recommendation is always new characters over weapons, over constellations. Always. Always. But if you are hell-bent on trying to make one particular team thing as strong as possible, maybe something like Shallonen C2 is more worthwhile to you. But if you adore Chongyun, I would say you should probably seriously consider Escoffier over Shallonen, because I think Escoffier will do more for making Chongyun fun than Shallonen will. I forgot to, whatever, just do it now.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
I'm gonna get like a 37,000 damage hit. But I get my burst back, which is cool. Like, I don't think this is better than Plunge Yai, obviously. But we're comparing a fully crowned, invested C2 Yai to a not fully invested Lisa. Right. But Yai also works a lot better on like two-piece combos compared to Lisa. Not that I can't try Lisa on two-piece combos or anything, but, you know, I don't think it actually necessarily makes sense. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's also worth mentioning that the plunge set on Lisa here could be really good. But, I don't know, the idea... I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do that, though, sorry. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do that because the ER need... I don't think I ever can have a build as good as, like... I'd have to spend so much time at the plunge domain to get a good enough build in the plunge artifacts to do plunge Lisa with this. But it is interesting. I don't think we need to log on to your account, Sylveon. I was more interested in... Well, I don't know. Okay, you know what? Oh, well, man, I really wanted to get exploration done. I need to just do an actual exploration-focused stream, but I keep on having other things I want to do. But you know what? I guess I just can remove the questing. You know what? We can log into your account, I think. Because I think it will actually be kind of interesting to see what it's like. Can maybe do a full clear through. We'll do this. Alright, reverse. I think I'm gonna do like every other hit. Do a normal attack.
Come a little closer.
Oh crap, that was bad.
Come a little closer. Going out is tiring.
Right. Obviously, if Lisa was fully invested there, we could definitely kill them. Like not even fully invested, just a little bit more invested, level 90, whatever, yada yada. We could kill with that skill use. I test Barber Plunge. Do you want to see a level 20 Barber Plunge? Like, look, if you really want to see a level 20 Barber Plunge, I can do level 20 Barber Plunge. It's going to be exactly the same as any other Hydro Plunger, though. The best one I could actually show you is Nuvilet Hydro Plunge. Is going to be exactly the same as Barbara Hydro Plunge. So I can do Nuvilet Plunge if you want. It's literally exactly the same, other than Barbara is a healer. Well, so is Nuvilet. So, yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna do this a couple more times. Sorry. I want to see if there's a difference in like trying to do skill between every plunge or not that I notice.
Let's spark things up a little. You're in for a little shock.
Also, I forgot to do. I should have been doing that, which I was doing with the eye, but I was forgetting to do with Lisa. I was too focused on doing the E combo.
Come a little closer.
Ow. Okay, yeah. If I'm playing it more properly, like I was playing with Yai, it's definitely competent. I don't know that it's like better than Yai, but it is cool that Lisa can like fully stack the buff for sure. So, sure, we can do Nuvilet meme plunge. All right, Nervilet. Oh boy, oh boy, Nervilet. Yeah, Sylveon, I don't think I mean, if you want to DM me your account information again, Sylveon, I have it. I don't think I have it like saved anywhere other than in past messages. So if you can send it to me again, that would be appreciated, so I don't have to dig through past messages. All right. Anyways, Nervilet. Let's just honestly just steal the Lisa pieces, really, other than the goblet, of course. Actually, wait. Speaking of goblet, let's make sure we go fix that. But yeah, I don't know. I plan on investing more into Lisa once I get her C6, so I will potentially return to doing that kind of thing on my account with a more invested Lisa. Alright, you're back to normal. Nuvilet. Hydro Goblet, huh? What about a Hydro? Do I have any other Hydro Goblets? I guess that one's technically better for plunging because it's basically the same, but has attack. Wow. Alright. We don't really need ER in this case, so we could probably do like that. We'll see what our crit ends up being like. Okay. And Alright, perfectly optimal Nervilet. Yep, there we go. Exactly what. But I guess Plunge Nuvilet is going to be better than Barbara. Because not because of like scaling differences. Actually, wait, is his plunge scaling lower than Barbara? I feel like Barbara has higher plunge scaling than that for some reason. I don't know. Anyways, he ascends with crit damage at least, but I don't feel like looking up Barbara's plunge scalings. I thought they were the same, but anyways, it will be very similar if you do plunge Barbara versus plunge Nuvula at the end of the day. Let's do. We need enough pyro application, which is going to be a little bit tricksy. Xiangling would be the obvious one to use, of course. Alright. Yeah. Yep. That Xiangling build. I need to level more Fab Lances to 90. I really need to level another at least one more Fab Lance to 90. We'll keep her on the catch. It might be fine. Should we do double pyro just to help? I don't know. I think we'll do Shalodin. And then we do. Wait, we need to do Claritainer, you dumby. So do like that, and then I guess we just try to do Bennett and do double pyro, Claritainer, whatever. Max plunge Nuvi will do 350,000. I maybe should have put him on EM timepiece. Maybe. Wait. Oh, Vivi is real sus here. It will still have VV buff up probably at least for like one hit. All right. Good job. 275. $275. Wait. I just realized we should wait until it does its stupid thing. I think Nebula can stun this, right? Yeah, alright. Not critting. Oh boy. Oh boy. Power retainer energy. Oh no. Not the cloud retainer energy. Ah! Oh no, energy. Oh no, Xiangling. Oh, she's not on Fab. Uh-oh. Oh. Alright, we're fine. Kind of. Bam. And then Cloud Retainer's burst ran out. Yep. Xiangling solo, or Xiangling, just Xiangling in general, honestly. Yep, there you go. It's probably Plunge Nuvula's best weapon too, technically. As it is, like I said before earlier, generically so yeah, I don't know. If you really, really like Plunge Barbara or Plunge Nuvula. Alright, so yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at with this weapon. It's a fun weapon to have as an option on my account. I will probably use it if I do any plunge catalyst shenanigans in the future. But I never default in general in my videos. If I'm defaulting to something for like trying to DPS a character, right? If I'm trying to do DPS Eon Song, right? Trying to do DPS Eons on, right? DPS a character that wasn't meant to do a bunch of damage. My route is always to try finding gameplay in teams that utilize the kit that isn't Plunge. Or if I'm doing Plunge, I do it, but I try to still make use of their kit in some way. Like, I don't really have any qualms with the fact that I did, for my first Kave video, I believe, I did Plunge Kave. But that's because I did Plunge Kave in a team that was with Farina on like an EM build and still using Kave's skill and burst, right? Both to try to get some Dender damage from the infusion that he gives himself and to try to like trigger the blooms with his skill when it was available on cooldown, right? It was just a much better way of like utilizing his normal kit, but then also getting some additional damage value from him having the infusion, right? But if I have to do something like ignore most of a character's kit in order to do DPSing, I don't really find plunging that interesting. In the case of something like Plunge Charlotte, that would be an example, right? Where like, I feel like Plunge Charlotte doesn't do what I find fun about on-field Charlotte, which is her camera snappy snap normal attacks. If you really like Charlotte and want to see the biggest number from her, obviously doing Melt Plunge Charlotte is better than doing snappy snap normal attack whatever. But you get the point. And you can still use her kit in some form, but not much because her kit doesn't really do that much. Like, you can use her kit to like apply cryo to make it so you melt your Moika burst or whatever, right? And her burst applying cryo can let you melt Moika burst and still swirl cryo potentially, which is cool. The fact that you can like enable easy swirl setups with cryo using Charlotte's burst is a unique nuance to, I think, Plunge Charlotte in particular. But I don't know, right? Like Plunge Eula, yeah, Plunge Eula is better than doing normal Eula. It's sadly not even that close. But Plunge Eula, you basically burst every other rotation, and you mostly just ignore Eula's burst, and you ignore what her kit was actually designed to do, which I think is sad, right? So like, if I'm gonna play Eula in a video, I'd rather try to make use of her kit, kind of thing, in some way. But yeah. Anyways, let's go on to Sylveon's account. And because I want to try a high investment Lisa. She has, a very, very good Lisa. Basically the number one Lisa. But anyways, let me put it up. Blocker, blap. That is not a blocker. I mean, it is a blocker, I guess, but not the right one. Turtle. Why is it off center? How do I keep doing this by accident? Trying to decide where I center here. We'll do it like this. Normal Eula still better in your heart. Exactly. Which is what I try to do. I try to use like the character kits, the character's kit mechanics to some degree, without like plunge very often. Plunge DPSing a character kit is mostly just ignoring the rest of their kit. And like, I'm sorry, by the way, one of the best examples of this, and this might make Diluc fans mad, but I'm sorry, one of the best examples of this is Diluc. Optimal, like, the best Diluc team is a Plunge Diluc with like C6 Bennett that doesn't use his burst, doesn't get the infusion from his burst, and doesn't use his skill, because that like screws up your Plunge combos with C6 Bennett infusion. Like, Plunge Diluc is just the same as any other C6 Bennett Pyro Infusion thing. The only difference is Diluc has high multipliers on his normal attack, or on his scaling, talent scaling. Wow. Wow. So, I don't know, right? Like, if I'm gonna make a Diluc video, I'm going to not do Plunge with Cloud Retainer. If I'm gonna do Plunge with Diluc, it's gonna be Dragon Strike. Like, I might practice Dragon Strike. But yeah, anyways. I'm not gonna do Plunge, even if, like, yeah, Plunge. Can you do Plunge? If you want to on-field Lanyan more, can you do normal DPS Lanyan and Plunge Lanyan? Yeah, you can. But I feel it's more fun to make use of doing like the quick swappy shenanigans like I do, right? Rather than doing plunge. So I don't know. It just is a big old. It depends on the character. All right. Ley line farming, huh? Okay. So your Lisa build is probably mostly just fine to leave very similar, but just plop her on Vivid Notions. What did you end up with? You didn't. I thought you might have ended up with a whatever. I have a C0. Oh, okay. That's a little sad. I wonder if we use Bennett instead. Mora is skull emoji. Yeah. Okay. So Lisa. Anyways. Do we change the build? The ER might be fine. Also, does C6 change anything that we want to do? Does it feel that she applies? Not really. 60 pulls, yeah. Crap. I don't really want to change your build, but I should change your build. That's a ridiculous artifact. Wow. Alright. I'm sure you'll be able to remember what your pieces are, right, Sylveon? Right? I'm sure you do. I think we should put her on MH, though. That's kind of cracked. Yep, I think we'll just use that. EM timepiece might be better anyways, so I guess we can try EM timepiece. Wait, no, never mind. My brain was... What? No, it's not, you dumb brain. We're doing an Electro DPS, you stupid. Alright, I guess we're doing that. Okay. That's fine. We can probably stick to that. This is... what a ridiculous goblet, by the way. It's literally the perfect goblet for someone like Lisa. That's a ridiculous piece as well. And that is really good. Okay, that could be very good as well. Depends on what our ER situation looks like. All right. Yeah. Might need more ER actually. You know what? I'm actually gonna. We have enough crit, right? We can put her on the other piece. Yoinks from Nubilet. Thank you, Nubilet. A little bit under 2k attack is slightly unsatisfying, but that's fine. We are more comfortable energy amount, and this is a fully invested Triple Crown Lisa. And we'll try the same. Oh man, though, but getting Lisa's burst back without Eons on the team is like gonna be super not possible. I don't know if we can. I don't know. We can test like one rotation, but I don't know. I don't think we can properly do this like through a full Abyss clear without Eons on, to be honest. Official. Do you have Auron leveled? You do. I'd rather do Auron. At least he can buff a little bit. I think I'd rather do Auron. Yeah. We can try that. My brain is not used to where I have to look. You get so used to what your account like arrangement of characters looks like. It's hard to hard to find the characters. There she is. I really wish you could sort this screen with specific characters though, because there's a number of 4-star characters I would default to being at the top. Anyways, what am I doing? Cloud Wait, is your Cloud Retainer? What's your Cloud Retainer? C0. Okay. So C0 Cloud Retainer, but with her signature weapon on a VV, 3700 attack. Okay, cool. So obviously, compared to what I was doing, I had C2 Cloud Retainer, of course, and a fully invested Eons on. Should be pretty easy to get swirls now, though. I should be able to just use Cloud Retainer without doing a normal attack, I think, which is something. And we'll do the second side if we like this. What's your Farina build? Fast? Okay, good.
Tell me what you see.
Okay, that was my bad.
Free. Go. You're free now.
Skyward! Seize the sky! Try not to enjoy this too much. Come a little closer. You're in for a little
85k, not bad. That's about what I got with the C0 Cloud Retainer with Plunge Eye, for what it's worth, which is what you would expect. The scaling is the same. Alright, ow.
Looks like I got carried away.
Oops. I think we can do that better. But a C2 Cloud Retainer definitely makes a difference.
Time to say hello.
Make way for the... Surrendering will be gentle. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Oop.
Blitz.
Nice. That was a lot higher skill damage. Ow, ow. Oh boy.
Knew I should have
Oh boy.
stayed.
You know, it's enough damage we can do on the second side. We can do on the second side. Alright. I'm down to try a full clear with this. But yeah, this would be meaningfully better with Eons on. For sure. Particularly as easy as Eons on. Go figure. But it works. And I think if you optimize your play a little bit, with your cancels on Lisa, and when you get her hold skill out and whatever, I think it's a satisfying, nice way to get like the full utility out of Lisa's kit, kind of thing, which is kind of cool. Your Cloud Retainer's talents. What do you mean her talents? Well, she only needs her like burst talent for healing for Farina. Is it not leveled like at all? That's probably fine. Do you want me to level it more? You have no more. I don't know. Was I not healing enough for Farina? It's a C0 Farina, so it would be kind of nice. I'll wait for you to decide on whether I do that. Was my healing not enough there? I wasn't actually paying attention to the healing. I got the plunge bonus here on the second side, so it's probably enough that we can basically just pretend we're using Eons on. If we didn't have that buff up, it's probably similar enough. What do we do on this side? Oh, I stole pieces from Nubilet though, didn't I? Oh, he's still got MH. He'll be fine. That'll probably work. It'll be why Lisa was dying so much. Alright. Sylvia, you didn't say if I could level up her talents, though. I don't know. You're more a situation I can level it up a little bit, but... level 1 weapon on... Oh, was he only a level 1 weapon? Oh. I see. There we go. I don't mind if you need it. Alright. I mean, we will... I don't know if you have golds, but we'll take it up at least a bit. You do. I mean, I don't think you should not really have to take her past... I'm not going to do it. It's going to use all your Mora. it's not... I think level 6 should be fine. But I don't think you should really have to take her past level 8, generally speaking. Especially with their signature healing, make her heal more. Alright, yeah. This should be good. Title of the video, I got Varesas' weapon. It's not... The title of the video is not I got Varesas' weapon. The title of the video is I finished leveling Varesas' weapon. Or I leveled up her weapon or whatever. I don't know exactly what I titled it. I got Varesas' weapon in the wishing video. But the point is to do different testing to see how interesting it is for doing plunge shenanigans on whatever, right? Have you done the exploration yet or watched the ZZZ dev talk? Oh, after this, I'm not in the mood. I kind of want to save some energy for recording a video after this. So I don't think I'm going to do exploration. I was planning to, but that's why I removed it from the title. Where's my window? There we go. Here, I'll do a poll though. Do you guys want to watch ZZZ dev talk? And this is something I've already seen, so I don't really have much to react to it or add to it. But I think it might be interesting for you guys as Genshin players to watch it. Is all. This Nubilet's crit is so inconsistent. This Nubilet should 100% be using a crit rate circlet. It won't matter because it's a C1 Nubilet with signature weapon. But male. Ew. Ew. Freedom Sword. Ew. What am I doing? Uh-oh. How I'm gonna scuff Nubilet of all things against this. No, it'll be fine. I do not want to use a burst. %? No? Okay. Postal Lures has his fab. I don't use him. What do you... Nubilets? I mean, what? What are you talking about? What? I'm so confused at what you mean, Sylvia. What in the world are you talking about? On-field Shalonen? Oh. Okay. I could, I guess. I forgot about that, but... Yeah. Alright, well, I'm just gonna not watch the dev talk if 70% of you guys don't want to. Because 70% of you guys don't want to face the reality. Oh, Kazuha. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, no, I was just poking fun at the Freedom Sword. It is EU. Because it's just such a poopy weapon. Quite frankly. It's only relevant, really, when you can take advantage of both buffs. AKA only in Cloud Retainer teams. But Cloud Retainer teams basically never anymore have a circumstance where it actually makes sense unless you just... Yeah, anyways. It's your stream, do what you want. But I've already watched it. I've already watched it, guys. So it's just to show you guys. Because it's really interesting how... MiHoYo... The different teams at MiHoYo over their different games have completely different philosophies. Like, you can get that vibe by watching the Zenless dev talk. Even if you don't know what Zenless like gameplay is and whatever. Like what they're specifically talking about. So...
Care for a
anyways. And then I just made a joke off of that is all.
The show's only just begun. Try not to enjoy this too much.
Didn't do a skill there.
Not done yet. At least for a little shot. You were here to watch.
Meant to do Lisa. Oops.
You're in for a little shot.
Alright, do that. Ow. I don't think I got an electric swirl there. There we go. How do I not have the burst? There we go.
Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shot. Come a little closer.
And let's do a hold skill. And bam. That didn't kill. Dang it. There's some optimization to do with the hold skill. But yeah. Energy recharge, that will actually be quite nice for Lisa.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Gameplay.
Wind strike. The tide beckons. Fallen leaves adorn my silence.
You know why streamers like Nugalette? Because his gameplay is so simple. You can just stare at chat while playing him. That's what I do most of the time whenever I randomly play Nugalette like this, which is extremely rare.
As you wish, me.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Wind strike.
Wow. Open Saloon streamed a newbie gameplay. I didn't want to have to think about anything on someone else's account. I'm testing Lisa on Varesas weapon on my mod Sylveon's account because she has a actually fully invested Lisa. First time it's been used in like a year. Nice. Alright.
Gray cloud confirmed. Come
Yeah.
a little closer.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
My.
Free. Tell me what you see.
Make way for the. Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Now.
You're in for a little shock.
Oh god dang, I got interrupted. Yeah, let me get my skill out. Obviously bad. You can definitely do better than I'm doing here.
Gray cloud confirmed. Surrender and be gentle. Come a little closer.
I don't know. It's really cool the fact that you can do the tap skill thing. I again can't solidly place whether or not it's worth it to do the tap skill every single time, or if it's just better to do like every other, for like optimizing VV uptime, particularly if you can like get. I don't know. It's also kind of quick swappy though, right? Because you can. I think there's some optimization you can do either in that, and also like I should maybe swap to Cloud Retainer, do another swirl, and then switch back to Lisa to do her hold skill, to make her hold skill do like 100k instead of like the whatever 70k I was getting. What about exploration? I don't know. Like I said, I wanted to. Where are you? I wanted to save some energy for. Of course, I should just yeah. I wanted to save some energy for a video to record today that I potentially also want to edit and get out tomorrow. It's probably just going to be a gaming video, by the way. A simple gaming video.
As you wish, me. Silence. Let the mighty be humble.
I think I will. I think I just need to do a dedicated plunging stream. I keep on trying to do, or did I say dedicated plunging? I need to do a dedicated exploration stream. I keep on trying to do exploration after I do something else for a stream. Like today, we're trying to mess around with plunge shenanigans, which I wanted to do, but you know, doesn't exactly lend me to being able to make much progress easily when I get distracted for 3 hours doing things. I yet again thought I would spend less time on this than I spent. Here, get this out while that. I do not feel like climbing up with Farina at this moment. I could try to, but we're just going to overrun.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Skyward! Seize the skies! Let's spot things up a little. Come a little closer.
126k.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Don't be such a bully.
Don't you interrupt. Ah! I can't get her skill out.
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
Get up.
He's free. Go. You're free now.
Strike cloud confirmed. Surrender and be gentle. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Oh, dude. Alright. Look, I tried to end with a skill use because I thought it'd be nice looking. And I was punished for that. I was punished for trying to end with style. Yep. Alright. She be acting like she isn't C2? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's safe to say I think it doesn't feel incredibly strong or anything with a non-C2 collaborator and, you know, a lower investment Farina build. Like, regardless of Farina's C2. Actually, no, the Farina build's not that bad. A little bit, I mean, it's quite a bit worse than mine. Like, I have an 85% crit rate build with this amount of crit damage. So this is a very inconsistent Farina build. But, you know, and getting less damage bonus. Like C1 Farina probably matters a bit, and whatever on top of the cloud retainer, of course, right? C2. So I don't know. Is that the best way to play Lisa? Potentially. It's potentially the best way to play Lisa. She gets a little bit more personal plunge damage with her burst up than Yai can get, is what it seems like. But her energy needs are super rough. And I think her energy needs are maybe even worse than this. But, you know. Yeah. That's the problem with Lisa, really. It's just the conjunction of stat needs, I think, more than anything. And that's the same for plunging as I think it is with non-plunging. So, yeah. Is what it is. What piece did you use before? Was it this piece? Oh yeah, it was this piece. I thought that was crit damage for a second. Never mind, that's crit rate. Okay, never mind. I thought that was crit damage. I was like, that seems like an underwhelming piece for Sylveon's Lisa. No, it's actually a little bit better than that. Oh wait, she's already on. Ah, frick. What was her flower before? Her flower was an off piece. It was something really high in crit rate. Was it this? Oh, the flower is the same. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was the off piece. Yeah. Yep. All right. Yeah. Back to normal. Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Sylveon. That was fun. It definitely works quite a bit better on your account, even without C2. Well, to be clear, I could probably clear on my account thanks to my C2 cloud retainer kind of thing. But, yeah. Also, no, I need to comment on this. You're playing Yusara, Varesas, Shalonen, Shanyun. Ugh. Oh, get out of here. Ew. Get out of here. Ew. Also, sorry, I forgot to switch your Sara back to Elegy. Remove your account. Blah, blah, blah. What time is it? It's 6 p.m. Broke bitch, you gotta make do. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You do have no resources. You're gonna be in the ley line mines for a few weeks. That is a fair excuse. I still hate it. I mean, I don't know. If you play what I logged into the wrong account. Oopsies. This is an account I have officially definitely abandoned. It has not moved from this spot for a long time. I don't know, I guess since we're here. Oh, I can't even buy any. Sad. I guess since we're here, I don't know. Maybe we can get an Eon song. That'd be kind of cool if I, for some reason, lose my sanity and want to return to this account. I don't know. Wait, do I have male primogems? I do. I can do a 10 pull. Let's go. Varesa or you? I'd say Varesa. Hi. You're not even on the banner. Rip. No Eons on. Rip. No Eons on. Well, this account now has a guarantee. Alright, well that's something. Go log into the... Wait, that's the second Kaching this account has? How? I did not realize that. That's the only standard banner character in this account. Troll-ass game. This account has gotten an early Nubilet. I think that is the second early Kaching. And I think the Shalonen was at pity. Because like I went early Nubilet. I used like I have not done anything in this account. This was just like logging in, claiming Primo gems is all I've done in this account. So like I got an early Nubilet. I believe we went to pity-ish for Farina, lost to Kaching, and then used the guarantee for Shalonen. And now LOL got another Kaching. It's kind of stupid. This is what a formerly oldies only is what this was. This is an account I made one episode on. The video performed certifiably okage, and I think it's an interesting concept, but ultimately it was not worth the time to continue with. All right. Anyway, that was funny. All right. Back to normal account. Actually, wait. I need to go on to poems only. I don't think... Have I? Actually, I don't remember if I had finished my stuff in poems only yet today. What only? Oldies only. Old people. I didn't actually have to put it on the screen there. It's fine. Yeah, that was a good 10 pull. If that was an account I was actually... Oh yeah, I haven't done dailies yet. If that was an account I was actually playing on, sick. Early 50-50 loss, that's just a guarantee. That's very good. And I don't know, it means I can continue to log in and claim the Fremo gems. Oh, I didn't even claim the reunion. Oops. I should have at least claimed the... I think there's 100 Primo Gems I could have got from Reunion there that I should have claimed, but whatever. I'll log into it later. Yeah, anyways. I don't know if you... Oh yeah, if you didn't see my like pinned comment, I had a whole wall of text about polearms only. Ultimately, like, despite how hard that Abyss cycle, or this current Abyss cycle is, and it being, like, the hardest Abyss cycle ever, it was still not that interesting, I think, at the end of the day. Like, I thought I was going to have to use, you know, the Hybrid Bloom team to clear the first chamber, and then, oh, oops, the Sino team just clears it anyways. So So I don't know. Like the only way polearms only can actually have an interesting challenge anymore, especially after Eon's on, but most importantly, just honestly after Chevruse. And this is regardless, is like by restricting myself heavily, continuing to do the things like, yeah, can I clear abysses without Arlecchino, but also like I think I'm gonna try to clear abysses without Chevruse teams maybe in the future to keep it a little interesting, but I don't know. After Escoffier releases, I might stop logging in regularly to the account. Like as silly as it would be to like try to compete with Ziox for like #1 Shao, it's not something that's actually worth doing. And it's safe to say, like, I don't need to log in. Like, I can log in and do Abyss cycles on this account, on live streams, for example, without feeling the need to log in and do the daily grind, right? The only reason to continue doing the daily grind, I don't need really artifacts or anything. I'm not even going to need to farm artifacts for Escoffier. I already have really good artifacts for her. I can show them. I should have filtered to cryo units, I believe. It's on, is that Layla? Yeah. Like, and I can use an ER timepiece too. I can use this timepiece if I need more crit. Actually, no, that's basically just a worse version of this one. If I need, I can use an ER timepiece. I even have an EM timepiece as an option. I have an onset cryo goblet. I have this crit damage circlet with a bunch of attack %. I also have this with more crit rate and ER, EM if I need that. I have a good 40 CV feather. Like, I have an onset. I have onset flowers if I need them to enable an off piece elsewhere. Like, I just like what, like I have really good. Like, I don't even need to farm for the new character. I don't even need to farm the new character. What? For Voldemort. Yes. Sorry. Should say her name correctly. I don't even need to farm for Voldemort, right? So like, there's nothing to farm for, really. Other than, like, there's nothing to log into this account daily for that actually I need to log in daily for. Other than just building up Primogem resources for the purpose of acquiring future polearm characters. But, like, the rate at which they've released 5-star polearm characters is such that I'm pretty sure I could, like, log on for the patch before and the patch of a new polearm, like, because like we'd hear about a polearm 5-star in the beta, like for example this current beta. So I could have started, if I wasn't playing polearms only, logging in regularly anymore, I could have logged on to polearms only as soon as we heard about Escoffier being a thing, and then played through the whole patch with Escoffier to build up resources and probably been able to acquire her, and then stop logging in again until the next one, right? Like, that's how flexible my resource situation is at the relative to the rate of polearm units that are released. And I'm kind of inclined to do that for polearms only in the future. Just because, like, saving me the 5 to 10 minutes per day of the daily grind sounds kind of nice. Also, I could maybe just... This feels kind of weird, but I could maybe just buy Welkins, log in to the account for the Welkin, claim the Welkin, and then log out. Like, that'll be the daily grind of polearms only. Log in, claim the Welkin Primogems. Because that would let me build up Primogem resources over time. Enough to, like, acquire new 5-star characters. Or 4 stars. And also not make it so I don't have to spend a bunch of time. So, I don't know. I think Genshin could have a good anime. Maybe. If it was done well. ZZZ dailies, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, ZZZ dailies. Where you can technically log in. If you don't care about using your resin equivalent, you can log in, do your dailies in literally 20 seconds. You just go talk to 2 people. So, wait, can you keep stockpiling? Is there a resin cap? There's probably a resin cap that you can have. It's probably like 2,000. But you could theoretically stockpile like an extra 2,000. There's overflow in Zenless too. So, like, yeah, if you want to not have like ZZZ be like a daily grind, you're like getting the coffee every day is gonna enable you to like max out that 2400 battery charge, the resin equivalent in Zenless. Oh man, Zenless is daily grind system is so much better. They said they're going to change it, by the way, which I'm a little worried about because it feels like, again, might change the daily system to be like more exploration or whatever, which I really hope they don't do, because it's really nice that it just technically only takes 2 seconds if I don't want to spend much time with it. But yeah, anyways. You know, I guess what we could do to end off the stream, we could do the event. I think I did the one event off camera already yesterday. The reason being is because there was a really annoying... I did one of the events yesterday because there was a really annoying daily, the one that makes you go over here. I rarely get it, but I did not want to do that daily, so I did the event instead. 2400 is just the overflow. Oh no, I wasn't talking the overflow. Yeah, I knew the overflow was 2400. I'm talking what is the baseline cap, because you can go over the cap when you get the coffee, the 80 battery charge from the coffee every day. So I'm wondering if you can just log into Zenless and just keep on stockpiling coffees, and like eventually if you like log in for a year straight, right, don't actually spend your battery charge, you would have, you know, 80 times 365 if there's no cap on the baseline, right? If you can just forever stack it, you'd have like 30,000 battery charge. You could have a 30,000 battery charge stockpiled without having to like, but you'd have to log in for a year of doing that, right? But my point is like the baseline dailies to get like the 60 primo gems per day in Zenless is go talk to the counter, go talk to the dog, go talk to the coffee and get the extra coffee, which gives you 80 resin. I'll test that theory once every 2 weeks when I log on. Yeah, so buy the coffee and just see if it just keeps on letting you keep on having more and more. Like, notably if it goes over like 3,000 or whatever, it would be interesting to see. But anyways, I gotta clean my dailies. Have I done... That's 4, okay. Have I done the weekly boss yet? I can't remember if I did that yesterday. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. I forgot which one of these materials is Escoffier, but I think it's this one, if I recall. It's one of them. I don't know. I have enough now. I think I can double crown her, which I plan to do. You know, it's pole arms only. I will, regardless of my qualms with how overpowered she is, I don't really have qualms about having strong characters and fully investing in characters in pole arms only, if they have abilities that are worth investing in. Maybe even Mika's actually like. The Escoffier might actually make me want to invest in Mika. Might. Kind of. Not really. Because, I don't know. Is there any reason? I'd have to get more of these. Actually, would I really? I don't even know if I'd have to. I might be able to just double them. But I don't know. Maybe crowning his skill for the attack speed bonus. It's like the only reason to do anything on him, honestly. Is crowning his skill for the attack speed bonus. Anyways. Is Xylo worth it if you want to maximize Arlecchino damage? In my opinion, no. But if you want one of Shalonen's, or sorry, one of Arlecchino's easier to play melt teams, if you already have Sitlali, yeah, Arlecchino, Sitlali, Bennett, Shalonen is probably the most comfortable, very high damage Arlecchino team. But well, I need to do the... Maybe I end up the stream with that. I need to do the... I'm not going to do the full quest, because I just don't have to. But... The initial quest lasts like freaking 20 minutes, man. No, I don't know if I need to subject you guys to that, but I need to remember to do this. Anyways, Arlecchino, Kazuha... Or sorry, Arlecchino... Yeah, Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha, Shalonen is the most brain-off Arlecchino team you could possibly have. If that appeals to you. And then Shalonen is relevant for doing like Sitlali, Shalonen, Bennett, Arlecchino. But as I showed with the Chongyun video, a C2 Chongyun, if you optimize your gameplay around Chongyun, can compete with Shalonen, a C2 Shalonen. With signature weapon. So like I think most people will find in practice Shilonen is better than Chungyun and Z2, to be clear. But like not that much better. Because double cryo is strong. And we're having a new characters coming out that you could do a double cryo instead that will do a lot more damage than Chungyun. And take advantage of like the cryo, like Sitlali giving cryo damage bonus. Yes, it's Voldemort. I actually think I'll end up testing it, to be clear, but I kind of think Arlecchino double cryo with Sitlali, Escoffier, Bennett will end up being better than Shilonen, is my personal guess right now. So like, I don't know. Shilonen is nice for having options for Arlecchino teams, but it's again another example. Like, she's not necessarily the best. She's not bad, and she's very good, and in many of her better teams, but won't necessarily be the best. So I don't. But anyway, I think Shilonen is very, very nice to have if you have Arlecchino. But yeah. What's the next stream about? I mean, my next stream is forever supposed to be a unit review stream. So if I have the energy tomorrow will be a unit review stream. If it's not going to be a unit review stream, it will be a... What's my Dream Soul? It will be a exploration stream. Where's Dream Solvent? Am I blind? Where are they? Where are the Dream Solvents? Like, they were in this tab, weren't they? There they are. 11? Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I maybe should farm bosses a little bit more. Okay. We'll just fight whoever. Maybe I'll get my ZZZ review finally. Did I not look at your thing before, or was it broken back then? Because it was in beta or whatnot. But anyways, yeah. Bye if you're leaving. Bye, Osorio. Aoife and Kakuku made me cry. Stop talking about the multiple situation Kakuku almost died in. Nice. I will say that I can't really stand how he talks. I understand what they're going for. I'm not saying nobody ever talks like that. But I kind of can't stand how Aoife talks. Sir, die please. Hey, thank you. That's what I needed. Beautiful. How dare you say that, bro? Sorry. It's just so like generic stereotype bro talky. I just like bruh. Yes, that was an on purpose joke. But like really? But I don't know. Maybe it's just like I feel like I talk like that too much. I don't know. I think it's more the VA doesn't sell it right. Yeah, that might be the case. That might be the case. So yeah, some combination of the VA work and or whatever doesn't land right. It's not that it necessarily is terrible writing or anything. I don't know. It makes the character hard to take seriously. What am I doing? I don't need to optimize my dash canceling with a freaking farming route. In fact, it probably dash canceling, which just makes me take longer to clear. Sure, I guess. What was it saying? Or when they nerf Child because he was too hard. Yeah, I know, right? I would definitely not mind having a harder Child fight back. No, I never fought the hard version of Child, to be fair. But anyways, what was it saying? Oh yeah, Eva. So I don't know. I don't have a strong impression of him, basically on a story level. But we can probably mostly just blame the English voice acting in this case. I don't think you need to buff Arlecchino to clear this domain. No, but it does clear faster, I'm pretty sure. I think. I guess we could test that. Maybe the time taken to switch between characters isn't worth it. Yeah, we can get a 15-second clear, right? So we'll do the next one without switching off of Arlecchino. Yeah. A lot of people had a hard time in 1.1. Yeah, because no one understood how to do things properly in the game. Everyone wanted Diluc and didn't understand that Xiangling was far more broken than him. I was also back when, like, Sing Cho applied infinite Hydro application or something, if I recall. Like, it's not that they didn't have the options to deal with Child. It's that people didn't try to actually understand the game. They just wanted to spam normal attacks with their favorite character on field. And that's why they struggled with Child. And he did a lot of damage, to be clear. Like, obviously doing a lot of damage. No, it's definitely slower. Obviously doing a lot of damage helped make it miserable, because, you know, his attacks were hard to dodge and whatever. Nobody tell him Barbara still does infinite Hydra application? No, she does not. I don't know what you're thinking that Barbara does infinite Hydra application, unless you're talking about over infinite time spans. Yes, over infinite time spans, Barbara does do infinite Hydra application. Even without any energy, because she's Catalyst. But, anyways. Realistically, I think the difficulty of the Child boss was just in how much damage it dealt. Potentially, and they maybe just needed to nerf the damage he dealt. Or, you know, fix jank hitboxes, whatever. I don't know. But I don't know what it was like to fight back then, is my point. I definitely don't think they needed to nerf his HP as much as they did. I think he has, like, literally 3 times less HP than he originally did or something. He would still be trivially easy now, of course, but, yeah. Beat those two things? Sure. How is this penguin hurting me this much?
There is no escape. Control breathing. Let's witness my rise. Lake Bear.
You just chill out. Go. It drops a bunch of chicken. Nice. Oh, what am I doing? You dodged. You butthole. Where are you? Stop running away. I just want. You butthole. All right. Ripion song. Yeah, they're a fun local legend. Other than the fact that the goat, I don't know. I don't. They're a terrible testing dummy, as all local legends are, for one reason or another. Which is fine, because they can be their own fight with their own gimmicks. But I would just like Mihoyo to add a testing dummy, not necessarily a local legend testing dummy. Anyways, oh yeah, the rest of the event. But yeah, I just did. I did this thing with the same team you just saw. Although I didn't put Riding on Tenacity, it would be better. I bet you could get like 200 or 300 into my computer. I swear to God, if the Go XLR commits suicide, I'm gonna be mad. I don't know if you heard that audio problem, but it feels like it's... I don't know. I have no idea what's causing that problem. I've never heard it before today. Or if I heard it before today, I thought it was a different problem. Anyways, if the audio cut out for you, that was not on your end. Oh yeah, this happened because I accidentally did it at the lowest difficulty mode. Yeah, I don't know. I think the fun of this on this account will be seeing how many bars we can get with Arlecchino. Yeah, this will be interesting. We need to do Xiao, Hu Chao, Xiangling, maybe you. I think to clear this. This is actually a little bit of a struggle, I think, to get the max buffs going. And we'll do Raiden, and if we really want to, we could put Raiden on Tenacity to min-max this, but I think it's fine to do it without. Kazuha for the first half? Yeah, I'll use my Kazuha on my polearm only account. Thank you. Appreciate the suggestion. Should have put that on the other one. Wait, wait! Not just instantly kill my Emily. Ya butt. Bye, Chapri. Let's just do this. Alright. Alright, we're fine. We're good. We're golden. Wouldn't have happened if you used Kazuha, true. True. Alright, just trying to think if we should do any, like, I don't know, we're not gonna worry about it. It's fine. Oh, I got my buff up. Oops, okay, well, whatever. I guess we waiting. That's 1 million damage. What does this do? Nice. Ah, we kind of do. It's really awkward. Man, knocking this thing out of the air with the Chevruse is so annoying. Do your move, please, you actual buttwit. Bro, do the move. It didn't even land. It's so unsatisfying. It's so unsatisfying. Fine. We're just gonna try to brain off. We'll just try to use Arlecchino. It's gonna be really annoying when it like floats up in the air slightly, and we can't hit it with the normal attacks. But oh well. I think it's better than trying to knock it out of there with Chevruse in this challenge. So get energy back on Eon-san. Butthole, come on. Ugh.
Control breathing. Yeah. This is where Lake Bear.
Uh,
Now you shall perish. There is no escape. You asked for it. Final warning.
man,
Stronger.
it annoys me so much that Chevruse ability didn't hit there. It absolutely should have hit there.
Everlasting as the moon. Lake Bear. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion. Hands right, see ya. Quick as a flash. Full speed ahead. Start the...
Oop, oop, oop.
Transfix. This is where Lake Bear. Shine down. Final war. Stronger. Yeah. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered. Justice will prevail.
Nope.
Transfixed. Witness my lies. Overruled.
Yeah. Yeah, I could probably get to like 2,000 plus if I had managed to knock it out of the air properly with Chevruse. I'm not going to try though. Anyways, it's an interesting thing to try as far as like optimizing C6 Arlecchino gameplay when there's never ever else a situation to do that. I don't think there's a particularly different team that I would like to try either. I don't really have any character other than Chevruse that can like knock it out of there semi-consistently. This is kind of whatever, so I guess let's see how this one goes. Oh, frick, I need healing. Oh, yeah. Okay, just Yao Yao, Meekers. Death hit. Death of hit enemies will be reduced for, okay. Alright, yeah, may as well do it this one too. This one should be more of a going ham situation. Alright. Fish-shaped weapon from past event, good on Mawika? Yeah. It's probably what I would use on her if I had it. But I don't have it. Any other healing? I don't know. No. I think those are my two healers in the game. Alright, I don't know, just do... If we want to do actual gameplay. Hu-Tao would be bad, so we need to stay above. Whatever, just do like Emily U. This boss is made for the other Kino Overload team? Yeah. I think this is the one where, in this whole event, we're probably going to get the highest numbers on. Yeah, I need energy. I swear to God, I'm not gonna be able to complete this without. Oh my God. I'm gonna need to put Yao Yao on a higher healing build. That missed. Oh my God. Stop it.
This'll brighten up the place.
I'm gonna need to tweak the builds a bit. I'm gonna need to tweak the builds a bit. Oh boy. Oh. I don't have any characters that don't heal, and they're very... I'm not missing anyone, right? Other than... Who do I put in Hu-Tao? Heal and run for my life, yeah, apparently. mean, Shangling ain't doing shite here, so I can put in Hu Tao. I don't know. Hu Tao burst. And then we... Oh, god freaking dang it. No, leave. No, leave! Why is the leave button not there on the left side? Should have gotten C6 Shangling. Yeah, I'm sure that would have helped. Doesn't his heal by his burst? Doesn't even help that much. Alright, Blap. How do I not have a healing bonus piece? Oh, it's on Chevruse for some reason. Oh no, I know why it's on Chevruse, because she's on it, yeah. What the frick? Actually, maybe I keep that on, honestly. So we definitely need the energy. Just need to trigger Fav as consistently as possible. That hopefully should be fine. And then Meekers. You're already on Fav. Hopefully R1 Fav is fine. You're not going to hit that often anyways. You have ER timepiece with a bunch of crit rate. You have HP. You have healing bonus. I can't really do much other than just give you more ER. Okie dokie. I can... You know what? I think what might help him more than anything is actually just giving Hu Tao and Shangling. Fav, you're already on Fav. Alright, everyone on Fab. Just a big old Fab party. Blap. His healing is when shielding and when the shield takes damage. Ah. Oh wait, I was swapping out Shangling. That was stupid. Well, I guess we'll swap out Emily. Because we can at least plop down Guoba or whatever for energy particles. We don't need damage here. Well, I don't know. The energy particles for Yaya might be better than... I don't know. Is it better to do energy particles for like you know, Shangling is probably worse than Shenhe because we can get particles for you. I mean, the question is Hu Tao healing worth it, or is energy particles from Emily worth it? I think we'll try Hu Tao. Yeah, Yayo's Dendro application in AoE is quite good. Honestly, maybe like freaking wait, is Candace the strat? Think about it. I don't know why I did that. That was bad. That was very dumb. Okay. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I mean, good strat. Running away from them. Please. Please get there. I'm not gonna get there. You also get healing on kill? Oh, okay. Well, this should be fine then. This is why they gave Voldemort healing. Yeah. I feel like Hu Tao does not make sense if I need to actually kill them.
Now's our chance.
Actually,
Unleash! Cryo incarnate!
I mean, I can get like a melt at least, but you know.
Leave the wounded to me.
Manifest! Obey!
No, this is not the attempt. Not the attempt. Okay, we're gonna try Emily. Because just Emily burst alone might help kill if killing them. After defeating an opponent, characters regain. Okay, yeah. So I think Emily, even without burning, right? Emily bursting here and helping with Yaoyo energy might make sense. Maybe you need to put Fab on her though, on Emily.
Reconstitute!
Neutralizing threat. Let's keep going, team.
By ordinance divine! A little ambiance!
You had your chance.
Don't be scared!
Leave the wounded to me.
This will brighten up the place! Cryo incarnate! My will embodied! Take your
Let's keep going, team.
Stay put!
Yeah, no problem. No problem. No problem. Yeah, the Hu Tao draining I don't think was helping because, yeah, like it was dealing damage, but yeah, we're draining too much. Yeah. All right, no problem. What a team. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting to have to think about. It's like for what it's worth, it's very interesting to have to think about character kits that way. Not a challenge I expected to have today. To deal with like, okay, how do I maximize my healing on poems? And technically, I think Arlecchino might have been better, but you know, we wanted to save Arlecchino for this part, so you know, that was a factor too. All right, so that.
Quick as a flash!
I'm doing charge attacks on purpose to charge up his meter.
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape! Torn to oblivion! You asked for it! Drop your weapons!
Shoot. Realized my mistake too late.
Witness my overruled!
I think it is better to do N2C.
Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered! Justice will prevail! Drop your weapons! Control breach! Transfixed!
Should have saved that probably. Yeah, I don't think it'll matter actually.
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal! You asked for it! Quick as a flash! Let's move! Witness my
Nice 2 million damage. Not bad.
torn to
Down.
oblivion! Final warning! Stronger! Overruled! Everlasting as the moon!
We're not gonna get it down again instead. I think I could optimize this and probably get it down again. That's kind of interesting. I bet I could get towards 3,000 if I played really well. Because I could put Raiden on Tenacity. That's gonna not insignificant with the scale. Well, actually, I don't know. With how much attack percent buffs going on, maybe it's not gonna be that significant. But Raiden on Tenacity and Chevruse on Noblesse, I think is the theoretical optimal thing to do here. Food buffs too. Yeah, that's true. With food buffs, actually, I could probably go over 3,000. I don't know. You know what? Let's screw it. Let's try it. Let's try it. I think that's kind of interesting. Finalized thoughts. Remember, you didn't like how it needed pyro before. The fact that look, I still maintain that I think there needs to be more in the game that potentially incentivizes not pyro DPSing. I think pyro DPSs, particularly ones that can do melt, like Arlecchino, Gaming, and Muika, are disproportionately strong. So releasing a boss that further incentivizes pyro is a little weird in my opinion. Especially the same patch as a electro DPS, and then next patch, you know, a cryo DPS, like a little weird. But the fact that it's a pyro incentivization, specifically that incentivizes pyro without doing, you know, the melt or vaporize, right? Which is like melt in particular is the one that's making those units really, really strong, disproportionately strong right now. So I think it's actually pretty decently designed for what it is. I like this boss's design. I think I will enjoy having it in Abyss. I think this is an enjoyable way to do an element incentivization mechanical restriction for a boss, right? As long as the Abyss version doesn't have 500% resistance. So I don't think it has a bunch of extra resistance, but I'm not 100%. What's it called? Let me look it up. Lava Dragon Statue. I might change my tune a little bit if I find out it has like 80% resistance to everything until it's in its down phase. Lava Dragon Statue. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, it does. Wait, okay. It has, so here. It has, so it's got its 3 phases, right? It's got first when it's just full on toilet phase, and it's just 70% resistant to everything. And then it's negative 30% resistant to everything as soon as you get to, but it's still pyro resistant even in its molten dragon phase, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, so many people are going to try it with Nuvula and Faruna. Yeah, I know, right? So yeah, people might complain about it, but I don't know. I think this boss is actually designed in a kind of interesting way. The timing of it is a little bit weird. Like, why are you releasing this boss now? But I guess it's fine. Yeah, it's a pyro incentivization, but also pyro resistant until it's in its down state, and that down state is not very long. So like, it's not even necessarily ideal to do pyro DPSing like we're doing, like a Chevruse overload team with Xiangling Raiden might actually, that'll be something interesting. Maybe we can test that quick. I guess before I put Raiden on Tenacity, we should test that. Doing Xiangling Raiden Chevruse, right, might be better just because of the fact that it spends a bunch of time in this phase. Like, it's pretty quick to get it to this state, right? It's a lot harder to get it from this state into the overburn state. So it makes me think that the ideal teams for it might be a Chevruse team with an on-field Electro, which might be exactly the intention they were going for because of Varesas' release. So, you know, yeah, it wants pyro application to get it knocked down at least to this phase. Because if you can get it to this phase, you start doing a lot of lot more damage to it as long as you're not using a pyro DPS, right? Yeah, so I don't know. As far as like a burning incentivization, yeah, for like Emily, Burgeon or Burning variants, can each, and incentivization to use Chevruse teams. I like it. I like this boss. I actually like this boss. It's a way to incentivize pyro that isn't just the overpowered, melt combination going on right now. So that's kind of cool. But good God, by the way, this thing's going to be like, it has like 5 million HP in Abyss or something, I think. So with 375% scaling. So oh boy. Should I wait to claim these until I think it's better to claim these tomorrow, technically, now that I think about it, right? Because it gives you more points per, I think you get more value for using it on the day for completing your dailies. So I'm gonna actually wait to claim those. Anyways, let's see what happens with Raiden. So we're doing a similar team. Actually, the question is, do we do... Yeah, no, we just do it like this. Yeah. I was considering Toma for a second, but no, I don't think it makes sense. Is Xiangling on Noblesse? Ah, frick, I gotta check. God dang it. Can't wait to clear with Mizuki, yeah. Xiangling, I hope you're on Noblesse. Perfect. Well, not perfect. I would actually prefer a lot more ER on this Noblesse build, but yeah, well. Don't really have a way of fixing that immediately. Yep. Okay, not without stealing Shenhe pieces, which I could do, I guess. Maybe I should do, I guess. Not that, though. Nah, we'll just stick with this. I think it should be fine. We're using Raiden. Energy should not be a problem in this context. Alright, so Chevruse on songs. Chevruse could theoretically be on, or maybe should be on Noblesse. Because her on Scroll, her on Noblesse. Oh wait, no, sorry, Xiangling's on Noblesse. I'm stupid. No, yeah, so this should be the maximize I could do for Raiden's damage. Okay. And we'll give a food buff to Raiden too. Why not? Noblesse Xiangling better for buffing and more damage. It was what enabled me to clear it the last time there was a really hard event. I was really struggling to optimize with the... I don't remember exactly what the team was. I think it was with... Oh yeah, it was Arlecchino, Xiangling. So we didn't have Eons on then, right? So we were doing Arlecchino, Xiangling, Chevruse against that really hard tower event with a 30-second challenge, trying to use C6 Arlecchino, right? And we were struggling. We were struggling hard. And electro damage. And then there was the idea, I don't know if it was from me or if it was from chat, probably someone in chat. And it was like, okay, wait, what if you put Noblesse on Xiangling? And I was like, oh, yeah, let's put that. Surely 20% attack with all these other buffs going on can't be that significant. Nope, immediately cleared it as soon as I put Noblesse on Xiangling. So I do think it's worthwhile here, is my point. The question is it worthwhile to snapshot Xiangling buff with Eons on? I don't know if Xiangling is doing enough damage for it to be worthwhile to snapshot here. I think it's not. For you it was? Okay, well we'll try it. Ah, crap, by the way. Ah, crap, I forgot the stupid...
Final warning. Control breathing. Let illusion shatter.
Man, this start to this is so lame. Ah, crap. What a lame start, especially with this team. Like, obviously Raiden's at such an advantage here, or Arlecchino's at an advantage here because of that. Oh, man. Trigger Fab, please. Fab. Oh my god. How long do I... Was that a Fab trigger? We just didn't see it because we got the camera went. What the frick? Like we got the bronze medal doing that. Okay, we don't actually have to do this. So do that. Good lord. I should be better with stamina. I'm spamming charge attacks too much. Bad hybrid riding habits. You didn't have your bar up yet. God dang it. Ah. $200k Raiden. Let's Raiden normal attack hits. It's ridiculous. See, events like these are fun sometimes. Yeah, I think Raiden's gonna do better here than Arlecchino. Oh crap! I did that again. God dang it, man. I just canceled her E. Also, No, we're redoing. I'm sorry. We're redoing. I just noticed why Eon-san wasn't triggering Fav. I noticed why. I did notice why. Oopsies. First of all, fix things a little bit. Oh god, all the builds are goofed now. Oh man, oh just like now, whatever. Just do this. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Dang it. All right. To be clear, that did help with Raiden damage in some way, a little bit, but I think Fab is definitely better. Okay. My Raiden was doing 40k to this. I'm so over. I mean, it is a C3 Raiden and C6 Chevruse, C2 Eons on jungling. I don't know. Like, can you get your Raiden to do more? Potentially. But I don't know. Just keep in mind there's different standards for different situations. Oh, dang it, man. Oh boy. Just trying to conserve stamina. I know. They're bad, but oh well.
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. Justice will prevail. Final warning. Quick as a flash.
Yeah, this boss feels like it was designed for Xiangling Chevruse C4 combo. Oh, god dang, I did it early again. Frick me. It's an annoyingly long time to get its like actual meter up. Oh, we ran out of our food buffs. Oh, okay, that's a little sad. I don't really feel like refreshing them. I need to switch. Oop. I'm fairly confident I could do better than that. I don't know when exactly the food buff ran out. But I think there's play that could be optimized there. So that's cool. Like, we can do it again with Arlecchino. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I want to change all the builds, man. So I'd have to put Raiden on Tenacity and Shivers on Noblesse. I don't know. Point is, like, getting that close to Arlecchino, C6 his score, right? And is kind of cool. Really, it's just a showing of how that boss has resist. It's not that, oh, Raiden's that strong at C3. It's that it shows that the effect of that boss having 70% pyro resistance until it's in its down phase, right? So, you know, and how much quicker we can get to its down phase actually as well with Arlecchino, or sorry, with Chevruse and Xiangling. It does probably mean that I wouldn't be surprised if Arlecchino C6 can beat that boss better if I do Chevruse Xiangling with so Raiden, Chevruse, Xiangling, Arlecchino, like in like so the pre-Eon Zone Arlecchino team, instead of that might seem crazy, and it might not be better because Eon Zone is buffing Arlecchino a lot, right? You know what? Actually, screw it. We can try it. Without food buffs again, because we're comparing to what we got before without food buffs. We have to use you still. But yeah, the idea is Xiangling's extra pyro application should get it to its down phase faster. Even though the boss is very anti-state lolly and Mawika, I wonder if they're so strong they can ignore it. I mean, probably, yeah. Well, no, I don't know. I don't think they can, because like I don't think Mawika doesn't actually apply enough pyro to get this thing to its down phase fast enough. If you can apply enough pyro to get it to its down phase, you can definitely just ignore it. But I think if you're doing Mawika overload teams, right? Like a lot of people, when this is an Abyss, are going to do Mawika overload teams with Chevruse, right? So like a Chevruse Mawika team will be able to get through it fine. But yeah, Mawika Sit Lolly specifically is a little bit different. So I don't know. It's interesting. I like how they designed it, I think. Also kind of shows that Arlecchino's score was crazy given the resistance. Yeah, I don't disagree. It does kind of show that Arlecchino's score is absurd given that. We also have Guoba giving 15% Pyro Red Shred here. On top of the Noblesse when we eventually get that. Please. Alright. Oh, we don't have to do any dash cancel crap anymore either.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Justice will prevail.
What are you doing?
Final warning. Transfixed. Everlasting as the moon. Overrule. Stop right there. You're toast.
Let's just do
Now
this.
you shall perish. Shine down.
We actually get a 40% attack buff from C4 Raiden if we did that. Or it's for to Arlek, you know, that's why I did that.
Lay bare. You asked for it. Final warning. Drop your weapons. Get them. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Overrule. Inazuma shines eternal. Witness my transfixed. Can't fight seal. Final warning. Lay bare. Everlasting as the moon.
I should have used Raiden Brisset there at the end when it was in that phase. Yeah, hell yeah, that's meaningfully better. That's like 15% better. So, yeah. That will be an interesting aspect to the strategy for this boss in Abyss if you are using a Pyro DPS. So something like that, like sacrificing attack buffing, which normally would not be better, right? Sacrificing attack buffing in favor of getting it to his down phase when you can actually do more meaningful pyro damage to it will be significant. So you might have cases where removing your Eons on is good. And something like C6 Bennett should also have utility. So actually, I really like this boss. I really like this boss. Again, a little bit odd as far as like, okay, do we really need more things that push us to use pyro units? Not necessarily, but it pushes pyro units that aren't just melt. So I actually really like it, but I'm sure a lot of people will be annoyed by it. But hey, more Chevruse propaganda. Look, there's no abyss that Chevruse can't be used in. There's literally, since their release, there's not been a single abyss cycle that Chevruse does not have some way to be configured when you have different options for doing different on-fielders and off-fielders. Again, as I said earlier in the stream, you need to have like different options for on-fielders, off-fielders. But yeah, I like that boss a lot actually. So don't toil that. Yeah, I know, right? I think the problem is they like Chevruse, I think, because they accidentally keep on releasing units that work well with Chevruse. So it's just like, we can put Chevruse on banner and it sells carrot and it sells the banner better. Wow, crazy. You can make more money by having a good 4-star in the game. Yeah. I don't know. The TLDR Chevruse OP, I guess. And Chevruse is stronger than Eon's on against that boss. That's for dang sure. For dang sure, Eon's on is a lot less relevant against that boss than Chevruse herself. So, Yarp. Imagine we do this 10 pull now and we get a Rosaria C6. You know what? It would be kind of funny. I just had a realization. I was waiting to use the 10 pull for when Eon's on is on standard banner next patch. But honestly, I'm not really that concerned about Eon's on Constellation. C4 would be nice. And C6 would be a minor benefit. But having used Eon's on now in the cases where she makes sense, I don't think it's that big a deal. Like, yeah, obviously when you saw me using Eon's on before, there was problems with keeping up her buff uptime. And that's where C4 would be nice. But I think I can get... I can't risk going for it now. And therefore, when she reruns, I'll just get her C4. So I'm not too concerned about the very low chance of getting Eon's on as an off right up in standard banner. And technically, I have a slightly higher, technically, I have a very slightly higher chance of getting Rosaria from standard banner now than I do when Eon Son is in the pool, because more 4-stars in the pool means less chance to get any individual 4-star. And I'd much rather have a C6 Rosaria right now with the Escoffier coming out because of the physical res shred and doing something goofy like a Rosaria, Escoffier, Mika, Shenhe team where Rosaria Fizz res shred is going to be 15%, right? You get 15% cryo and physical resistance, and then Rosaria would be 20% Fizz res, and then you get the 60% physical crit damage bonus from Mika, and you get the res decrease for your cryo damage, not your physical damage. So, you know, I kind of want C6 Rosaria now. So, manifest. Yep. Exactly that. Exactly what I was thinking. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, cool. Nah, surely we'll get her as an off-rate up. Or she'll be on... I mean... Rosaria, I think, is a not unlikely candidate for Escoffier banner. But I don't think it's super likely because she reran with Arlecchino recently. So, you know. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways. Late Night Soul talking himself into Gamba, lol. I mean, it wasn't like... The bad decision would be like talking myself into Eon Son Gambaing when I need to save my shite for Escoffier, right? Yeah. So, and I'm not gonna do that. It would be really nice. C4 Eon Son I think is the most impactful Eon Son constellation right now potentially. But like it just doesn't matter. Like anytime I'm using Eon Son, it's just like, oh wow, I'm using Bennett now, mostly. A slightly worse version of Bennett in the worst case scenario. Oh no. Oh no. It is indeed 7:30 and I should stop streaming so that I can take a short break and then record a Gomming video. Yeah, my plan for this week is to have a Gomming video, probably do the Varesas healing video, and I also want I want to finish the video with my friend trying to 36-star the Abyss, the previous Abyss cycle, by the way, the easy one. It was recorded a while ago. And I'm glad I had him do the easy one, by the way, because... sorry, I'm spoiling some of it. Like, the concept was, hey, what happens if I throw a non-Genshin player into Genshin for the first time and be like, here you go, pick out some characters you like, go into the Abyss, try to 36-star. He needed more hand-holding and guiding than I thought he would, is what I will say. And he's someone who's, like, familiar with games, right? But I purposely told him like a low amount of information, and it was very interesting. So I don't know. It's going to be a fun video, but it's also a lot of footage. It's like 3 or 4 hours of footage to edit and try to turn into something that's like more like a 30 to 40 minute video. And it's like 3 to 4 hours of like us constantly talking kind of thing. So it is not like it's not like editing a live stream, or sorry, it's not like editing a account fixing video where like 3 to 4 hours is like, yeah, 2 hours of grinding fluff that doesn't need to be included, right? It is 3 hours of like us yapping and him trying different things. So yeah. Anyways, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for all you Europe peoples. You should probably go to sleep. And I should probably take a break. So anyways, thanks for watching. It was a fun stream. Varesas weapon. Let's finish up the title. Yeah, I don't know. I think I talked enough about that earlier. It's fine. It's an interesting weapon. For a little bit, I was like, before I had like actually leveled and used it, I was thinking I might have actually... It might have been smart for me just to stop after getting Varesas weapon on the weapon banner, because Varesas weapon might have been more fun than having Cloud Retainer's weapon anyways. But now I disagree. I think I'm back to my original feeling in that like Cloud Retainer's weapon is more fun, because making Cloud Retainer more strong to make your plunge DPSing stronger is more enjoyable, and to make it way easier to build Cloud Retainer. It basically trivializes her not trivializes, but like substantially lowers the build requirements on her for her energy needs. So Yeah. Does that mean it was worth it? Spending on the wishes I spent on the banner? Yeah. We'll see how much pain Escoffier is, because making that decision means I might have to spend money to get Escoffier if I get unlucky. I don't really want to spend money to get Escoffier on my main account. I want her because there's shenanigans and fun. And even if she's overpowered, I can just power her down. It's fine. But like, I should not have used 100 and some odd wishes. It was a mistake, and I don't want to keep on spending the money I am, because I'm tired of doing the X amount of dollars videos. But I might have to make another one. Might have to make another one on that. So yeah. Anyways, Aoife might bait you to spend money. I mean, for what it's worth, Aoife's constellations seem basically useless, especially the fact that, like, it feels like, you know, Aoife fans would have considered going all in, pulling for C6 Aoife just to make him a slightly less garbage crit-based DPS. And then they were just like, nope, gotta make the crit-based DPS playstyle worse. Why? Why? It's not like he was going to be a strong crit DPS with C6. And I don't understand the point of his C6 if it isn't to just make him like a stronger crit DPS. It's so weird. Why does Escoffier exist at the balance she's at? And then they're just like, ah, no, Aoife gotta be garbage. It's like the contrast of Aoife compared to Escoffier is so funny. Anyways, that's the stream. Unit review stream maybe tomorrow. Or maybe I'll just be too tired and or I'll want to edit tomorrow. So no guarantees to a stream tomorrow. Hopefully unit review stream soon. Soon TM forever. Alright, bye-bye.